Welcome to CN Live's live coverage of the 2020 U.S. presidential and congressional elections. I'm Joe Lauria, the editor-in-chief of Consortium News.
And I'm Elizabeth Voss.
Elizabeth and I will be with you about 5 hours till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. As the pundits and the analysts have all said, this is the most important election in U.S. history until the next one. So we will be with you to bring you these results. To begin with, I will tell you that the New York Times now has Joe Biden with 119 Electoral College votes and Donald Trump with 94. 270 electoral votes are needed to win the White House. CNN, on the other hand, has only 73 for Biden and 48 for Trump. So CNN is being a little more cautious, it seems, than the New York Times. Elizabeth, since that broadcast that we had with Joe Stein and Mike Gravel and Rick Wolf and Chris Hedges, I started feeling quite stressed at that moment, and it's gotten worse until right now. I've never felt this sense of dread going into an American election before. There's any sense of excitement or the horse race or any of the other things that the corporate media pumps us up with is gone for me anyway. I was wondering how you felt. Do you have the same feeling of dread, not only by whoever the winner is, but also the real possibility of violence by the losing side, or the fact that we might not get a result tonight? All these things are combining for quite an unusual feeling. How do you feel, Elizabeth?
Yeah, I feel similarly. I think that it's going to be a little while until we get a result that's final, obviously, and that's going to lead to potential chaos, both in the streets and just in terms of the sense of direction moving forward. I'm not looking forward to that. I hope that people stay relatively peaceful and try to be as calm as possible, because we don't expect, at least I don't personally expect to have a final answer on who's going to be our next president by the end of this broadcast, by the end of the evening. I'd also just like to add that to our viewers, we want this broadcast to be as interactive as possible. We really do want your comments and your questions, and we'd like to interact with you and answer your questions as best we can as well. So we want you to be part of the conversation with us.
Yeah, and the way you do that, of course, is in the live chat on our YouTube channel. On the right-hand side, you could put questions to address to both of us or to either of us or to any of our guests. We're hoping some guests will pop in. We've invited quite a number of people, mostly the roster of our guests over the first two seasons of CN Live, just about everyone we've had on, and several have committed to coming on, and we're going to get perspectives, hopefully, from outside the U.S. as well. For example, we're hoping for Pepe Escobar, who said he'd join us from Thailand. Pepe, of course, spends half the time in Paris and half in Thailand, although during the pandemic, I know that he's moved from Bangkok. But he has a particularly keen understanding of Asia. So how Asia, China in particular, is viewing this election. We hope to hear from Mark Sloboda. There are time difference problems here, of course. But Mark Sloboda in Moscow might be joining us to give us a Russian perspective on this election, which, of course, given 2016, Elizabeth, Russia, well, they're on standby in case the Democrats lose, I guess. And one might say if Trump loses, maybe China is going to be blamed, given all the scandals and talk about Biden and his son and China. So that foreign interference, we did hear about that coming into this tonight. I think CNN and the other, which I have to say CNN is a little more objective, I think, than MSNBC, although it's definitely pro-Democrat in its commentary, but at least John King and Blitzer, they're pros, and they're trying to split it down the middle and just give the facts. So I have to say, when election night comes around, I don't bother with the other ones. But what about the foreign interference thing? And let's bring that up right now, because amazingly, last night, the night before the election, suddenly some unredacted pages of the Mueller report were released. What does it say, Elizabeth?
Well, it basically admits that there was no evidence that Mueller could find linking WikiLeaks to the Russian hacking story. It does try to basically prop up the Russian hacking story, but it doesn't have any evidence to do so. It basically admits that. I thought it was remarkable that came out within 24 hours of the election. Do you think that was politically intentional? And if so, was it just to revive the Russian hacking narrative a little bit, just to bring that up again? I mean, what purpose does that serve?
That's one possibility. Another one that many people remarked was because of the election, no one will be talking about it today, which is why we're talking about it. Because if you want to get the corporate media spin on this election, then please go to the corporate media. But if you're looking for an alternative, that's why we're on the air tonight. So we're talking about this story, and maybe it's a really good idea that we're talking about it early. Um, I just find it remarkable that a couple of things. One, Mueller never interviewed Julian Assange. We've remarked on that. We didn't even know whether the report had anything specifically about his efforts to prosecute Assange, not for what he's being prosecuted for now, the 2010 publications, but for some role in the election in 2016. And it emerges now that he very much was desperate to prosecute Assange, even though maybe because, as we know, the Obama administration, the Department of Justice of Eric Holder decided not to prosecute Assange. But by this, so this was the 2016 election. But by the time this report came out, Trump had already I don't think the I'm trying to remember, when did the Mueller report come out? Was it in 2018 or 20 or last year? I think it was last year.
Last year, yeah.
I don't know if it came out before or after Assange's arrest. It may have come out. Well, that's a good question. I can't answer it off the top of my head. But why I'm bringing that up is because if Mueller realized that he was already being indicted by Trump, maybe it wasn't necessary. But maybe up until that point, it wasn't clear necessarily that Assange would be arrested. So it looks like Mueller was going after him, and he could not. This is the most important thing, obviously, could not find evidence in any way to charge him in any way with any role of what, interfering with the U.S. election. Now, excuse me, the information that was given to the public by by WikiLeaks was true. It was not disinformation. There was no sabotaging of the election, unless you call news sabotage. This was an information campaign, even if Russia was behind the hacking. And of course, this indictment of these pages that we saw today show again that the Mueller people and the reporters of Daily Beast take absolutely for granted that there was. I'm going to wait until my producer walks across the screen so I can get my thought process back. Thank you. Mueller, of course, indicted these 12 GRU agents, and this was taken by the mainstream media as not an indictment, but as a conviction. There's never the word alleged anymore. So we see that again, of course, in these pages. But what Mueller could not establish, Elizabeth, was that WikiLeaks had any role in that process that they take a given that this was a hack by the Russians. It even says, I believe, that WikiLeaks they had no idea about any possible Russian role. That's an amazing admission. So they don't know how WikiLeaks got these documents, or they are alleging that the Russians gave it to them, but that there's no culpability whatsoever by the WikiLeaks organization or Julian Assange in this so-called hack of the election. And this is very significant. Why wouldn't they? I think they didn't want to put that out earlier because that would just further undermine the entire narrative that we heard for 3 or 4 years. They finally had to admit in the Mueller report when it came out that there was no grounds for a conspiracy between the Russian government and the Trump campaign, or popularly known as collusion. There was no evidence for that. And I think that they definitely were desperately wanting to get that evidence. They knew that in a courtroom in the US, if you're going to indict members of the Trump campaign, you are going to face these guys in court. So you're going to have to come up with evidence. Whereas the GRU agents, they knew, Mueller people knew, that they will never show up in a US court. So you could essentially charge them whatever you want, knowing the news media is going to run with it as if it's a conviction, as if it's a done deal, not just a theory of a crime, but an actual crime that's been proven. And this is a huge error that the media has made, in my opinion. But when it came to charging US citizens, they had to have the goods. And I think that's why they had to admit they could not charge anyone with conspiracy with Russia. And they held back on the WikiLeaks involvement. It's a great victory, although not a great one because Julian Assange is still, of course, in Belmarsh facing extradition on the actual indictment, but it's still a victory for WikiLeaks.
Absolutely. And I think that, what the report takes for granted in terms of the existence of the hack itself, I think that, when we do, and as a Consortium News has reported previously, it's a very flimsy allegation, very flimsy narrative. It doesn't hold up to scrutiny. And, we could talk for over an hour about the details of Goose for Two, and the way that Goose for Two was not only overtly positioned itself as a Russian hacker, but also tried to tie itself to WikiLeaks. That's just it really is a rabbit hole that goes on forever. And another thing about that is that every time we would see the Goose for Two narrative being in any way debunked, as it was over and over again by various analysts and good reporters out there who, although they didn't have big platforms, were doing good work. We would see the mainstream, sort of the establishment media narrative, shift it onto the opposite foot and go after the collusion narrative. And then when something would fall apart, when the Steele dossier fell apart and the collusion narrative, then it was back to Goose for Two. So this has been an ongoing saga, and it's really, I guess, it's going out with a whimper rather than a bang. It's going quietly out of the window, and not really, scrutinized by anyone except independent media. And I've been happy to see independent journalists like Aaron Mate, bringing this up, Matt Taibbi bringing this up on Twitter today. Despite the election taking basically everyone's attention span up, people have been taking notice of this.
Out with the whimper up until the very last day of this entire 2016 electoral cycle, from the campaign until the day before the 2020 election. That they hid this for this long is just scandalous. They spent like $32 million trying to prove that Trump had conspired with the Russians and couldn't do it, that WikiLeaks had some nefarious role here and couldn't do it. So, in other words, let's look back at that testimony by Jennifer Robinson in the hearing in September in London, when she said that Dana Rohrabacher, who was a Republican congressman from California at the time, went to see Julian Assange, and Jennifer Robinson was present at that meeting, and she testified under oath that he made an offer that he said came from President Trump, that Trump would give him a pardon or not prosecute him in exchange for information from Assange about his source of these DNC and pedestrian emails, uh, which would, in Trump's mind, clear him of any kind of the Russiagate collusion narrative, which eventually was cleared, but by Robert Mueller, not by Julian Assange. Assange at the time stuck to his principles not to reveal sources. So he didn't give what Trump wanted. The theory is that Trump got angry about this, and therefore he went ahead and prosecuted Assange because he didn't get the deal that he wanted to. Now we learn from this release last night of Mueller that Assange could never have nailed Russia anyway. And that's Mueller's firm admission in this unredacted part that we saw last night, that WikiLeaks did not know. Of course, Mueller still contends it was a Russian hack. Set that aside, whether it was or not. Assange didn't know it was a Russian hack. He didn't know that it was the Russians who gave it to him, because it was this Guccifer 2.0 persona. And you know a lot more about it than I do. Talk a little bit more about Guccifer 2.0. Why do you think that it wasn't Russia? But again, even if it was the Russians behind this persona 2.0, Mueller's admitting now that Assange didn't know that Guccifer 4.2 was the Russians.
Right. So basically, the Goose for Two story goes back to, actually, I mean, it basically begins with Julian Assange, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, CrowdStrike, the DNC. If we rewind back to 2016, we have I believe it was June 12th, and I may be a day or two off on my dates, but I believe it was June 12th. Julian Assange says in public in a news interview, we have emails relating to Hillary Clinton that we at WikiLeaks are going to publish. The media goes crazy. It seems as if there was a scramble in the DNC to get ahead of this story. 2 days later, on June 5th, or 2 or 3 days later, around June 15th, you have the Washington Post publish the very first story on this allegation of Russian hacking. It says that there is a specific report, Trump opposition research, that had been hacked and stolen from the DNC server. This very first Washington Post story quotes specifically Debbie Wasserman Schultz and CrowdStrike's Sean Henry. And Sean Henry is the one that says, this is the document that was stolen, that we think this was Russia, et cetera, et cetera. A day or two after that, you have Goose for Two publish to the WordPress blog for the first time, publishes the NPG van documents, and basically and also publishes, oh, sorry, I'm off all the dates, publishes the Trump opposition report. And the Trump opposition report is not from the DNC, it's from John Podesta's emails that were published way later in the year by WikiLeaks and didn't get to them until September. Secondly, that Trump opposition report is a document that was found by media outlets to contain these Russian, quote unquote, Russian fingerprints in Cyrillic. Goose for Two also, as Adam Carter has reported, used what seems to be on purpose, Russian VPN set to a Russian setting, and the Trump opposition report Cyrillic fingerprints also included a reference to a Russian military, very famous Russian military figure, which you would not think you would include if you were going to be hiding the fact that you're a Russian hacker. So you have to begin with the fact that this seems to have been triggered. It happens after Julian Assange says we have Clinton material. And then also the fact that the report that was initially published and which Sean Henry and the DNC and W. Osman Schultz said had been hacked from the DNC did not come from the DNC or the DNC emails that WikiLeaks would eventually publish. It came from the Podesta emails. So it kind of is an invalidated narrative right from the get-go. Later on during the year, shortly after the death of Seth Rich, when Seth Rich died on July 10 of 2016, in August, Assange went on a Dutch television station and during an interview, he brought up Seth Rich. And on that same day, WikiLeaks offered a reward.
Not by name, however. He said
no, not by name, but he mentioned his murder, and the interviewer basically pushed him on that and said, "Are you saying this is your source?" Assange said, "We don't reveal our sources, but our sources become concerned when we see these types of things happen." So what that then seems to have prompted was Goose for Two sending these messages, private messages via Twitter to this actress called Robin Young. And Robin Young basically ended up posting them publicly. And what they showed was that I believe it was the same day or right after this Dutch television interview that Assange did, Goose for Two is telling Robin Young that Seth Rich was Goose for Two's source. And what many have interpreted this to be is an attempt by Goose for Two to kind of scramble again to try to get ahead of the potential story if Assange were to confirm and prove that Seth Rich was his source, that it's another attempt to obfuscate and tie Russia to the WikiLeaks DNC email publication, no matter what the ultimate source turns out to be. So whether it's hacking, whether it's Seth Rich, whatever, Goose for Two's as a persona's intent seems to be to muddy the waters around the WikiLeaks DNC emails publication. And to my knowledge, WikiLeaks then gets the Podesta emails around September, probably from a separate source that, as far as Craig Murray is concerned, a separate source that was, I think one of the reasons Assange would refuse to, disclose his sources is not only because of his principles and integrity, but because there were probably multiple sources. And even if one of those sources had been deceased or something like that, multiple of them would be harmed if he were to disclose all the sources and ultimately disprove Russiagate. So basically, that's the Goose for Two story. That's a very abbreviated version, but I hope that clarifies a little bit. We also have the admission later on that was only recently released, and that was that CrowdStrike admitted in Congress that they did not have evidence that the DNC had been hacked in the first place. So it's one of the narratives that really does fall apart under scrutiny, but obviously the establishment press has not disclosed any of that over time.
Yeah, and ultimately it was Robert Mueller who disproved the Russiagate central stories, which was the hacking, that WikiLeaks received this material and knew they got it from Russia, and also that there was some kind of conspiracy between Trump campaign officials and Russia. That has been debunked by Robert Mueller, and that turned, of course, many liberal Democrats, particularly in the media, against Robert Mueller, that somehow he cheated them, didn't come through. The guy just couldn't get the evidence. And like I said, he had to have it to indict Americans. He could say whatever he wants about a bunch of Russians who are never going to show up in a courtroom. We saw in the Internet Research Agency indictments. The Internet Research Agency is a clickbait farm based in St. Petersburg, Russia, that bought, according to Facebook, $100,000 of ads up against billions of dollars of the campaign's spending on ads, the involvement of Cambridge Analytica on behalf of the Republicans that micro-targeted voters on a massive scale. But here this paltry $100,000 worth of ads of the Internet Research Agency was supposed to be what through the election. But those guys did show up in court. They had a lawyer, a representative in Washington or wherever the courtroom was. I think it was Washington, and they wanted discovery. Mueller freaked out, and in the end, the government had to drop the case. So that if you stood up to them, they have to drop the case. I suspect if the GRU stood in stand, they might be able to win that case too. But Mueller knew that would never happen. There's no way the Russians are going to voluntarily come over to the United States and be arrested. There's no extradition treaty, obviously, between Russia and the U.S. that would allow those agents to come to America. So, and not only did Mueller debunk this Russiagate conspiracy, the other core aspect of the hacking by Russia, you mentioned Sean Henry, of course, in 2017, in closed-door House Intelligence Committee testimony, he said that they had a CrowdStrike, which was hired by the DNC and the Clinton campaign, to examine the servers to see how those emails escaped their servers, the ones that WikiLeaks published. Sean Henry, a former FBI cybersecurity expert who is now the head of the private company, CrowdStrike, they were hired. The FBI was not asked to be involved, and CrowdStrike put out the idea, as you mentioned, that there were Russian fingerprints there, and this was Russia. But when asked under oath, he could not say that they had any evidence of the exfiltration or the removal from the servers of these emails by a hack, or certainly by anyone, let alone Russia. And this was buried for 2 years and was finally declassified, I believe, by John Ratcliffe, the new director of intelligence, national director of intelligence. And then we've learned then Mueller can't find any collusion. He has no evidence that WikiLeaks had any knowledge that it was Russia. He's never going to have to prove that the Russians did hack it. And then Sean Henry, the head of CrowdStrike, who examined the service, testified that he had no evidence of any hack at all, let alone by Russia. But my argument's been all along that it doesn't matter, or it shouldn't matter, because WikiLeaks set up an anonymous Dropbox. Most major media, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, CNN, The Guardian, have created anonymous Dropboxes. What does that mean? Anyone can dump documents into this box that is set up online, and the news organization will not know your identity. It's anonymous. Why? Because if the documents that are given are checked out, if they're valid, if they're authentic, beyond doubt, and if they are newsworthy, a news organization will report them no matter who gave them to you. The motive is unimportant when it comes to a document. If somebody makes you an oral statement, sure, you're not going to necessarily believe them if they have an axe to grind. You have to back it up. But we're talking about documents here, and it doesn't matter who the source was, and the proof it doesn't matter who the source is that CNN, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal have these anonymous Dropboxes. They're willing to take information anonymously. So Russia, theoretically, the Russian government could put something in CNN's box. CNN could check it out, not know it was Russia, publish a big story. Were they used by Russia? No, because they've set up these anonymous boxes voluntarily, knowing that they don't want to know who the source is because it's not important. How many informants for the FBI, for police departments have testified to get somebody else convicted when those informants themselves had a long rap sheet, right? They were criminals themselves, but they got some kind of reduced sentence or some other perks in exchange for testimony that would get a bigger fish in that organization, let's say. So therefore, we're not allowed to trust the evidence of those informants because they are dirty. So you could say Russia's dirty, Russia's an authoritarian state, Putin kills, boils alive journalists every morning for breakfast, but it doesn't matter. Because if the evidence is true, it doesn't matter how dirty, crooked, what the motive is. I can't make this point more and more strenuously because this goes to the heart of the Russiagate thing. The Russians did it. So it was information. Nobody doubted the DNC and Hillary and Podesta emails were true. 5 members of the DNC, including the head of the DNC, Deborah Wasserman Schultz, had to resign because of the evidence of corruption that was revealed by those emails. And how they were trying to fix it against Bernie Sanders, they resigned. If they were not true, they wouldn't have resigned. So this was a dodge. This was a distraction to throw it onto Russia, and that's what the Democrats have been doing. So let's see how they're doing tonight. Still 89 for Biden. in terms of electoral college, 54 for Trump. That is CNN, and the New York Times has 122 electoral college votes for Biden, 92 for Trump. When we look at the Senate races, which we should once in a while, the race to 50 seats to get a majority of 51, 42 Dems now are projected to win by the New York Times to 38 of the Republicans. Of course, the Republicans hold the Senate now, so that would be a major development if the Democrats could win the Senate and hold on to the House. That would give them a lock on Congress, and if they won the White House, they'd have all three, and they could try to dram through whatever their agenda is, although we've seen in the past when Obama had majorities in both houses, he didn't necessarily get everything through he wanted to. Then the Senate is 39-36 for CNN, so they're virtually the same. We look at a couple of states right now. Florida is the main one. CNN's reporting that if Biden can win Florida, that it looks very bad for Trump because he'd have to put together almost all of those Midwest states from Wisconsin, Michigan, Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, and he's not won Illinois. Illinois has already gone to Biden, according to the New York Times. Biden has won Virginia, New York, Vermont, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and New Mexico. That's according to the New York Times. Trump has taken North and South Dakota, Nebraska, Wyoming, Oklahoma, Arkansas, Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, Tennessee, Kentucky, Indiana, South Carolina, and West Virginia. But the really big states, Florida, 29 electoral votes. Right now, 93% of the vote in. And Trump holds a very narrow lead of about 300,000 votes, 51 to 48%. So if Trump, and apparently those Northwest counties in Tallahassee, in that area, the Panhandle is in a different time zone. So their polling ended an hour later, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as opposed to 7. And the rest of Florida, and those are expected to go to Trump. So he might just hold on to Florida, which would make a more interesting evening in terms of the results being closer. Texas is one that's kind of a toss-up. There are 73% of the votes now in, and Donald Trump has 49.4% lead to a 49.2% lead over Biden. That is roughly 15,000 votes separates Biden and Trump in Texas, with 73% counted. Those are 38 electoral votes. That's a big state. So that's just to catch us up on the numbers. But Elizabeth, before I go on to another subject about the Margaret is joining us. Okay. So Margaret, let's go to you. Thank you so much for coming on. And there you are unmuted.
Yes. Thank you so much for inviting me.
Okay. Thank you for being our first guest tonight. I was about to move on to a new subject, so it's a good segue right into you. I just gave the numbers, 89 to 54 in terms of electoral college votes, according to CNN. And New York Times is giving right now 122 electoral votes to Biden, 92 to Trump. Margaret, does it matter? That's your view.
You're asking me, knowing that I'm neither a Democrat nor a Republican.
That's one of the reasons we invited you, but we welcome Democrats and Republicans on the show as well. Go on.
Of course.
What is your view of this election right now and the early results?
Well, I mean, I'm still not confident that we're going to have a result tonight. And so I hope that folks don't, get too distressed by that and can be patient and wait for this process to play out, over the next couple of days as the mail-in ballots are counted and, things like that. But in terms of, the situation that we're in as a country, I think that there are real risks to either a Trump or a Biden presidency. And, I think in terms of, if President Trump wins, being in a second term, he will try to further consolidate his power, and that's concerning, as well as continuing to empower, these right-wing groups that have been really. We're seeing, there was a report that I was reading just yesterday that's looking at the kind of the militias and the makeup of the militias around the country, and the fact that they have now actually aligned with a political party and a political figure is a major change, is a major shift for those militias. And we're already seeing just, heightened kind of activity by them and brazenness. So, that's a concern if President Trump wins. But if Joe Biden wins, we're going to continue to see likely the same policies consistent with his last 47 years in office. And these kind of, he's already basically, in my view, declared a war on the working class. He has said literally in the time of a pandemic and a recession, when millions of people who are losing their jobs are also losing their health insurance, that if National Improved Medicare for All came to his desk, he wouldn't sign it. And he's basically said in the first debate, I don't support the Green New Deal, which is something that, we need in this country urgently. We need it globally. So if he continues these policies that continue to fail the people, and we see the wealth divide continue to grow, we see communities that are continue to be repressed, people's basic needs for housing, education, and healthcare are not met, that sets the stage in another 4 or 8 years for potentially a more effective Trump, to come into power. And that's concerning, as well as, I think, in terms of violence, I'm concerned about, what are these right-wing militias going to do if Joe Biden wins? Are they going to feel a need to retaliate? Are they going to feel like they've lost some power and they, need to do more? So I think that we're in a time of crisis in the United States, and no matter what happens tonight or by the end of this week or whatever, we need to be mobilizing and pushing for what we actually need. And I think it's particularly concerning to me that Mitch McConnell has said that they're not even going to entertain any more relief for people until next year, when we're seeing, people facing evictions and, jobs being permanently lost, and particularly small and medium businesses struggling. And, that doesn't bode well for the economy. That can put us into a prolonged, even depression economy, and people need support now, That's kind of where I'm at these days.
Yeah. I wonder if I want to go through just 3 of the issues and see if you see any. Well, there is some daylight, I think, on some domestic issues. Maybe not so much on the foreign policy. On the pandemic, I think this is the number 1 issue of this campaign. I don't think there's any doubt about it. It's immediate. It's also long term. There's no question that Trump has more than mishandled this. One could argue he criminally mishandled this. He had a choice: keep the economy down and save more lives, but or open the economy and not save lives. But the first option of opening the economy would be beneficial to his reelection effort. He was running on the economy. Said it was the best economy in American history, blah, blah, blah. It certainly was doing fairly well, at least for a certain section of society, Wall Street and all that. When the pandemic destroyed that economic condition and hurt him, he opened up. Trump now, I think, has lost a lot of support because of that, because of his handling of the pandemic. Biden is really kind of waffled on how he would handle it. He doesn't want to go on the record saying he would support lockdowns where necessary or a national mask wearing mandate. He has 4 years to play with in terms of the economy. He could probably afford to hurt the economy for the first year because he's not going to face a re-election if he would run again in 3 years. But again, he has his backers, and he has to satisfy their interests, and they're powerful. So is there a difference between the two on the pandemic? And does anyone have any hope that if Biden wins, he would handle this better? Would he listen to the scientists more?
In terms of maybe listening to the science more, that's pretty likely, considering that President Trump doesn't listen to science at all. But I think that it's important to recognize, and this is the problem with defining our political discourse within the Republican and the Democratic Party, is that there is actually a broader discourse, and it's not choice A or B, but there's a choice C. And choice C is to do what many other countries around the world have done, which is to actually put in place a national plan of being able to have a structure to identify cases of COVID-19, and then to make sure that we identify the contacts and people can isolate and quarantine. They can get the health care that they need. They can get the monitoring that they need, but that they also have the social support to do that. And that in times where we need to actually shut down things so that people can isolate, that, that we have full support for businesses to continue to pay their employees, that we make sure that, put a moratorium on rents and mortgages so that people don't lose their homes, make sure that, we don't want to hurt the landlords, but there are ways, the big landlords can probably absorb a little bit, but the smaller ones should, get support during that time. That people can get health care, that it's covered, that they don't have to, in a pandemic, if somebody's feeling sick, you want them to actually contact their doctor. But so many people in the United States, because of when they do have health insurance, it's got a high deductible or high out of pocket costs. They're reluctant to do that. They're afraid, rightfully so. What are the financial consequences of that going to be? And so, we could extend healthcare benefits. I mean, it's not that we don't have wealth and money in this country to do these kinds of things, to actually make sure that people's needs are met so that they can isolate. So it's just been, I think that's what we needed to be talking about this whole time, is not, is it shut down or stay open? It's, what do people need so that we can deal with this appropriately? And that conversation really hasn't been happening.
Exactly. If you're going to put people out of work because they have to stay home, to deprive this virus of hosts so that it can be controlled and brought under. And we've seen evidence in many parts of the world where these lockdowns have worked, but like in New Zealand and Australia. But both those governments had paid companies to pay the workers. In Australia, it's called JobKeeper. New Zealand paid their workers through the government. You don't have to print money. So if you want to make people, you have to save lives. People have to stay at home, but you can't deprive them of income. In the United States, I can't imagine anything like that. This isn't even universal basic income. It will be targeted basic income to those workers who need to stay home. We didn't even see the Democrats fighting for that in any of those battles for these so-called stimulus bills. They were a little bit better than the Republicans, but in the end, they settled for a $1,200 one-time payment and an extension of unemployment benefits, while they gave billions out to big corporations who really didn't need trying to bail out the airline industry or the cruise ship industry over working class people. So,
Right.
Margaret, wouldn't you need that? You'd need that, and you expect Biden would be able to push for such a kind of socialist measure.
I mean, even Canada, they're giving $2,000 a month to the adults, throughout this pandemic. And, and Vietnam was delivering food to people's homes when they had to quarantine so that they could get the food that they needed. But this is the problem. And, for your viewers, I'm a medical doctor, and I have for, a very long time been an advocate for national improved Medicare for all. And we have argued for a long time that the healthcare system in the United States was not actually structured adequately to be able to deal with a pandemic. And so, for someone like Joe Biden, do you say that even that maneuver, I mean, National Improved Medicare for All is kind of a compromise because it allows the for-profit system in some ways to continue to exist, but even that seems too radical for a Joe Biden. And so we didn't have the national coordination, we didn't have the public health infrastructure so that we could get up quickly with testing and tracing. We didn't have the ability that people could go to the doctor without being concerned about what would happen if they did that financially. So we just have not been prepared for a pandemic. We've done okay, H1N1 and things like that, Ebola, which really didn't become a big problem here. But for a situation like this, what we saw was the states literally pitted against each other, fighting so that they could get the basic supplies that they needed. And the corporations that were, providing those supplies were playing them off of each other and raising the prices by astronomical amounts. And this is the opposite, of what you want in this type of a situation. So the fact that, neither the Republicans nor the Democrats, and knowing that there are national improved Medicare for all bills in the House and the Senate, and still we don't hear the House Democrats, although many of them have signed on to it, talking about this as a necessary solution and something that we could actually do quite quickly. I like to remind people that we already have a national system, Medicare, and every health professional in the United States has a national provider identification number through Medicare. And so setting up a system like that, it's basically the bones are already there. When we set up Medicare in 1965, we didn't have that. We didn't have a system at all. We didn't even have computers. They did it all by, little index card type things. So, we really could do this quite quickly. And when they tell you that we can't, we need to push back on that and say, no, actually, we can and we need to. And so I'm hoping that in the new year, and hopefully even going before that, that this becomes a major demand by the people, because that's what it's going to take. We're not going to get it from the Democrats or Republicans unless we insist that we're not going to support you if you don't, if you don't meet our needs.
And that brings us to a question that someone's asked in the live chat, and that is, do we need a reform or a revolution? And I guess that also leads to the comment that, you have to define reform and define revolution, and one would hope that some sort of peaceful revolution would be possible. And I guess the question then also is, what does that look like? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I direct an organization called Popular Resistance, and we actually have been working for a long time to we build campaigns. We're a Daily Movement News website, but we also build campaigns where we can bring various movements together, working together towards a common goal, and have had, some victories in, recent years. We did win net neutrality under the Obama-Biden administration. We had to fight for it to win. Of course, then the Trump administration came in and immediately repealed it. We were able to stop the Trans-Pacific Partnership through a very coordinated campaign that took about 5 years of building, across sectors. So, we can make these changes. I think the big thing in the United States is that people don't understand their agency. That they don't understand the power that when we organize, and it doesn't actually take the majority of people being active in order to have these wins. The research is pretty clear that what you need are two things. You need national consensus of support. So there needs to be a majority or supermajority of people who recognize that there's a problem, who recognize that the current system is not going to solve that problem, and that they support an alternative solution like the Green New Deal, like National Improved Medicare for All, like pulling in our military and actually engaging with the world in a cooperative manner or diplomatic manner, or even respecting international law would be nice. But, you need that consensus, and then you need, maybe 3.5% or more of people who are engaging in action, withdrawing their support for the system, which can be done in a variety of ways through boycotts and strikes and protests and things of that manner. And then you can win these things. So I think in terms of reform or revolution in the current system, if we're going to talk about trying to tweak these various big issues, we're not really going to be able to solve the crises that we're going to face for everyone. We might make it a little bit better for some people, as the Affordable Care Act did. Yes, some people got insurance, but we didn't solve the problem. And now we're seeing that problem failing as people are losing their jobs and their health insurance. So what we really need is to be changing the systems. And you can do that in a number of ways. And, when it comes to the economy, we actually really have quite a bit of power to start building these kind of economic structures, which people are working on around the United States, and they are, of course, present around the world much more strongly. But pushing for public bankings to take the power away from the Wall Street banks that extort us, or creating more participatory democratic structures like participatory budgeting, where people in their communities have a say over how their budgets are spent, or building these cooperative types of structures. All of these are ways that we're starting to build the alternative systems that we need, and that also withdraw support from the current system. And that's a way of building kind of lasting power. There are a lot of different ways to win, but the most sustainable way to win is when you build up these alternative systems that grow up and kind of replace what we have right now.
Yeah, I think one of the problems with the election season and the election night is that people feel that they've done their civic duty once they've left the ballot box. And they feel that's their moment of helping institute some change, whatever change that might be that they're wanting to see enforced. And so I think that what you're doing and what you have done is really helpful in trying to change that mentality a little bit. For those who are disillusioned and don't feel like they're represented on the other side of the coin, who feel that the electoral process doesn't serve them at all, can you give any other specific advice or encouragement to people on how they can be active in their community in trying to seek change outside of a presidential election?
Sure. Yeah. And I mean, we just aren't going to elect our way out of this crisis. I still encourage people to vote. I vote third party. I don't like to give my support for either of the two corporate parties, because to me, I'm handing my power over to them. When I do that, I'm saying I'm okay with what they're doing, and I'm not okay, with what they're doing. But the real change comes from what we can do in our everyday life, and every person can be active in some way. I mean, it's a simple way to be active is just to help educate people, because like, and this is why consortium news is so important, and outlets like this, because there's so much misinformation, like the whole Russiagate fiasco that you were talking about, and how that was used and really fooled a lot of people. And so just spreading information, sharing out the news articles that you see on consortium news, sharing out the CN live is important. And everybody has, if we each saw ourselves as kind of a little mini media outlet, that because we have social media networks, we have email networks, we have neighborhoods, community groups, if we saw ourselves as intentionally sharing this information out, we actually have more power than the corporate media. And there are studies that show that when you have all these different independent actors, kind of repeating the same message, that it starts to impact public dialogue and public knowledge. So that's a simple thing that everybody can do. But also just, finding out what issues are important in the area that you live in. It's important to see that it's a movement is really composed of a lot of different things. It's not like everybody's like, we're doing this one thing together. It's really change happening in small pieces. So, pushing for affordable housing in your community, or making sure that your public schools are strong, or pushing on your legislators to do things that you need in your community. These are all ways that we can be active. Or the alternative, which is also necessary, as I said, is like building up these alternative institutions. So, pushing for these types of changes that we need, like the public banking, or building cooperatives, going into food deserts and working with communities to create food cooperatives, or transitioning businesses to worker ownership. These are all things that can be done, that have been proven. Like New York City, they have a whole solidarity economy branch in their government, and they've been able to triple the number of worker-owned cooperatives, and those workers are now earning a living wage. They have security, they have agency in their jobs, and so that starts. And so, with people at the lower wage end, it really makes a material difference in their life. So, I just think people should look around them, and and there's lots of opportunities if you start looking for them.
Yeah, and that also, I also wanted to ask you, to what extent do you think that the pandemic has really added an extra level of chaos that we've just never seen before in a presidential election? And also, what do you expect to see as a result of that? Do you think that there's going to be social unrest? If so, to what degree? What are your feelings and thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, we're already seeing social unrest if you think about, how this year has gone. And I remember in the spring, when the pandemic first hit here and the people were having to stay inside, there was a lot of concern of, well, what are we going to do now? And people were finding creative ways to get out there by doing car caravans and things like that to still have their voices heard. But then, when things kind of really reached a point with the police violence, which of course has been building for quite a long time, and it just finally reached a level that was intolerable. People did take the risk and come out into the streets, and so that has been pretty amazing. The numbers of people, and also to me, just the persistence, people in particular cities have faced real police violence and repression as a result of coming out, and that hasn't deterred them. And that's a level of kind of strength that is, I think, new in terms of this era. So that's a good sign. But I know that people are organizing around the country. Some are more focused on, we'll come out in the streets if Trump tries to steal the election, but others are have more clarity and understand that no matter who wins, we need to be out there and demanding. And the fact that Congress is not considering taking up relief for people in the lame duck session and delaying it for months, when we know that that's going to cause massive suffering, people losing their homes and losing their lives. I think that I think we are going to see some real protests in the next weeks and months. And I know people are gearing up for early 2021 as well. And that's what we need to impact the policies. We need to be out there, in ways that, making those demands.
Yeah, and I guess it's a catch-22 situation as well because it's a potential for unrest no matter who wins the election. Really, it's a no-win in terms of policy and a no-win just in terms of the election results and the impact of those themselves as well. Joe.
Yeah, Margaret, I hope you could stay with us a little bit longer. I've got a few more questions for you.
Happy to, yeah.
Thank you. Let's talk about the climate. Trump is essentially a climate denier, a huge supporter of the fossil fuel industry. Biden has a plan. But he's squarely behind fracking. I mean, his running mate Kamala Harris made that quite clear in her debate. Where do you see? Is there a difference? And tell us if you know about Biden's climate plan. Is he better? In other words, I'm trying to see: is he better than Trump, at least on some issues? Is climate one of them?
I mean, that's a tough one. I think that, the good news is that it was under the Obama Biden administration that the Paris Agreement, was created. And of course, Trump is leaving that, but the US could join in that again. But I think it's also important to recognize that under the Obama Biden administration, the United States became a huge exporter of oil and gas and producer of oil and gas. And of course, fracking was a big part of that. And Hillary Clinton was part of pushing fracking, not just in the US, but around the world. And so to me, this is really doesn't make sense considering that the fracking industry right now is really hurting and, we're seeing, waves of bankruptcies, and those are expected to happen in the next couple of years. So why are we propping up this dying industry that people don't want, that people are literally from across the political spectrum? I'm active in the climate justice movement, and we're seeing, people, because they are directly impacted, taking real action to try to stop these projects, these infrastructure projects, from being put into their communities. So again, it's, if we define the issues within the narrow spectrum that's permitted between the Republicans and the Democrats, what we're really missing is what we need. So yeah, maybe Biden might be a shade better than Trump, but he's still not going to be adequate to what we're needing. And even the Green New Deal put forth by the Democrats is really, it's too little too late. It leaves the door open for dirty fossil fuel energies and even nuclear energy, which really makes no sense given that the urgency within which we need to act, and knowing that nuclear is very expensive and it takes decades, to put in place. So, I'm just full disclosure, I'm a member of the Green Party and the Hawkins Walker campaign, and thank you for interviewing them. They've put forward what they call an eco-socialist Green New Deal, which really has a more realistic timeline in terms of dealing with the climate crisis. And so, the whole point of that is to try to push the discussion and make, show people that there are alternatives that we can be pushing for outside of what we're being told is what's on the table.
I want to make clear that we invited the Democratic, Republican, Libertarian, and Green parties to be interviewed on CNN Live. Only the Green Party responded. You mentioned the Paris Agreement that Biden would rejoin. I mean, that's fine, but you have to realize, of course, that the Paris Agreement is toothless. It was
right, non-binding, right?
Not binding, no enforcement mechanism.
Right.
And the real key sticking point, I covered one of these COP conferences, the one in Doha, Qatar, a few years ago. And the battle has been whether the northern countries in the north will pay south that they exploited during the colonial era to build up the richness in the industrial revolution of the north, which has ultimately created the climate problem. That was taken by resources stolen from the south, and the global south wants the north to pay them in order to industrialize and develop, but in a clean energy way and in a sustainable way, not the way the north did it. And it would be a massive transfer of money from the north to the south. It would be an historic retribution, really, of restitution
Redistribution, yeah.
of funds that were stolen from, at least that's the way I see it. And of course, the North is refusing to do that. They continually exploit southern countries, southern hemisphere, and they don't want to pay for that. That was never resolved, I think, even in the Paris Agreement. But even if it were, there's no enforcement. So yeah, let's have the Paris Agreement. But at the end of the day, it's not enough, as you just said. I just want to make some breaking news here. Colorado has flipped to the Democrats in the Senate. So according to CNN, they have 40 and the Republicans have 36 seats. And in the New York Times, the Senate is 43 to 39. So the Times is being more aggressive. Then CNN, they have 131 electoral votes for Biden, 898 for Trump, 89 to 72 on CNN. Let me ask you about foreign policy now. Margaret, I think there's even less difference between the candidates on foreign policy than there is on climate change and on the pandemic, which might put in the Biden column, the pandemic and climate, only because Trump is so bad on those. But on foreign policy, they have the same rhetoric anyway about Venezuela, for example,
Right.
about China, anti-Russian. Biden may be more aggressive on Russia and Trump more aggressive on China. Where they might differ slightly is Iran. I think Biden would try to bring back the nuclear accord, the 5 countries plus Iran, plus P5, plus Germany, and Iran came up with a deal, of course, a few years ago that allowed Iran to have sanctions lifted in exchange for more stringent measures in their nuclear program, and they have certainly reduced, according to the IAEA, their enrichment. But Trump pulled out of that deal, and probably under pressure from John Bolton, who he inexplicably brought in for a while as national security advisor, which also ramped up enormously pressure on Venezuela. So aside from Iran, what are the differences here? They both seem pretty aggressive in keeping American dominance around the world to put pressure on Russia and China.
Well, that's our national security strategy, is great power conflict, and that's primarily, China and Russia. And as we know from experience, whether we have a president who's a Democrat or Republican, our national security strategy doesn't really change, that much. And so I don't think that we should expect, and it feels like they're almost, Trump and Biden are kind of trying to show who's tougher, on China. And that's a scary thought. The United States is losing power in the world. We're no longer the dominant country, and economically, losing economic power. China, if you look at their purchasing power parity, has, exceeded the United States. There was a report a number of years ago done by the Pentagon called the Post-Primacy Report, where they understood that the United States was losing that dominance, but their recommendations were, let's throw more money, build up our military stronger. Of course, now we're going into space, and build up our surveillance, our intelligence capacities. And so instead of recognizing that we're moving to a multipolar world, and we see so many countries that are actually trying to find ways to cooperate with each other, especially in these times of crisis with the pandemic and the climate crisis and the global economic, problems, they're trying to find ways to cooperate. In the United States, instead, is doubling down. We're increasing the economic punishment that we're waging against countries like Venezuela and others. And these are, people should recognize that though we call them sanctions, they are actually technically what are called unilateral coercive measures, meaning the United States hasn't used like a process through an international body to determine that this is what needs to be done. We just impose them unilaterally on another country. And the whole purpose of that is to weaken that country's economy and make it more likely for the United States to be able to dominate in some way. It's like an alternative to a military war. It's an economic war that we're waging on other countries. And so that's hurting countries in a time when they're trying to deal with this healthcare crisis. And then we're also, building up our military. We now have the largest military, naval force down surrounding Venezuela that we've had in 30 years. And, look at what we're doing along the Russian border and trying to increase NATO countries along the border so that we can, and shifting our troops from Germany, closer to the Russian border. And then, the way that we're surrounding China as well. All this, the United States is continuing to escalate that at a time when you have the United Nations and the Secretary General saying, can we just de-escalate things militarily right now while we deal with these crises? And the United States is refusing to do that. And so I think what that's doing, it's really hurting us. It's isolating us. It's showing countries that we are not a leader or someone for them to emulate or even include in their discussions, because they know the United States is not going to play a constructive role. And as there have been a lot of predictions, Alfred McCoy and others predicting that the U.S. empire will be come to an end by the end of this decade. And so how are we, as people who live in the United States, who are citizens of this empire, how do we want that to go? Do we want the Pentagon to continue to get billions more every year while we're imposing austerity measures, cutting back on healthcare and food programs and things like that? Do we want to continue to be a belligerent country, or can we push our government to actually come to the table, as they did with the Joint Comprehensive Plan of Action with Iran, which actually took 15 years to negotiate? I was in Iran last year, and I was fortunate to attend a meeting with Javad Zarif, the foreign minister, who talked about that whole process and how actually in Iran they saw that as a first step towards building a better relationship with the United States. That they thought this is what he said, at least, that in their view, this was an easy one for them to be able to do, and that they hoped that would lay the groundwork for more negotiation, as opposed to this militarism against them. So yeah, I don't see a big difference between the two. And I think, again, as we're kind of mobilizing and starting to push back on on the government and say, look, these are the things that we need to include foreign policy in there, because it does really hurt us. And as long as our government is willing to punish other nations militarily and economically, and we have to recognize that they are primarily black and brown, predominantly black and brown populations that we're targeting, then we can see the same thing happening here in the United States. That there's no difference. What our country does abroad, it does here at home too. So it does really impact us personally, and I think it's important for us to recognize that.
Indeed, and many of the police who have been involved in some of the more egregious violence in these protests that we've seen are former soldiers who probably make the worst police officers. They were in a dangerous environment where everybody around them was the enemy, and they seemed to carry their wits. And that way, the imperial wars came home to the American shores. Both candidates embrace, and all presidents have embraced, these national myths of American exceptionalism, American greatness, a chauvinistic attitude towards the rest of the world, and covering up the real motives of American activity abroad, which is to expand geostrategic interests and economic power. And instead of spreading democracy and helping those poor people, the old white man's burden argument, and they continuously, both parties have continuously pushed this. Especially after Clinton changed the Democratic Party and killed off really the FDR's party. It's no longer the party of FDR, though some Democrats act like it still is. And Biden, for example, in the debate when Bernie was explaining that Denmark's national health insurance, and he asked, "Why can't the United States have this?" And Biden said to him, "Because." No, Sanders said, "Why can't we have this?" He said, "Because we're the United States." So it's kind of extraordinarily ignorant patriotic appeal to people that unfortunately keeps working. And you would think that candidates, if you're going to make the kind of changes that you were talking about in foreign policy or even domestic, you'd have to start putting these myths aside and show that America is a country like other countries. And we have problems like other people do. We're not better or even worse than anyone else. We've got to behave like a normal country and stop bullying countries who don't obey us. Now, while there's a lot that has been said by Trump and Biden on foreign policy that is very similar, there are some things that they didn't talk about that shows their similarity, like surveillance. That didn't come up once that I know of in this campaign, certainly not in the debates. Mass surveillance. What about that, Margaret?
Well, I think that's very concerning, and that's kind of part of the direction that this country is going. And as we are facing kind of failure of the system, of the economic system, to be able to meet people's needs, and people are going to rightly push back against that. We're creating this state now where it makes it more and more difficult for people to be able to do that, and to be concerned about their personal safety. And are our First Amendment rights even going to be held up, or our Fourth Amendment rights? It's just it's really a tool of control, and it's It's pretty extensive, and I'm glad to see that there are a lot of communities around the country that are pushing back against the facial recognition, because that's a very scary thing. It's not a good technology anyway, and particularly for people who are non-white, it doesn't, it's been shown that it doesn't work well, and so people are being misidentified. And so there are communities that are successfully banning facial recognition, and I think that's the kind of thing that we need to see. We need to be able to push back on this amount of mass surveillance. And boy, I'd sure love to know more about what's in the Snowden files. I'm sure there's some good stuff there that we haven't, we're not even aware of
Well, I don't know
yet.
if we're ever going to see them, especially now that Greenwald left.
Yeah.
They seem to have locked them up and thrown away the key. Okay, my last question for you is the really big one. It's the hold your nose question.
Hmm.
Been some prominent progressives like Noam Chomsky, Daniel Ellsberg, and others who have said, look, Biden's terrible. We don't like his policies. But look, Trump is so bad. He's so uniquely evil that, especially in the swing states, you have to hold your nose and vote for him. We just cannot get another 4 years of Trump, as bad as Biden is. What is your response to that?
Yeah, Daniel Ellsberg is a friend, and some of the other folks that signed on to this letter are people that I know and care about and respect. But in my view, has been this lesser evil mentality of holding your nose and voting for what you think is the lesser evil has actually driven a race to the bottom in the candidates that we're seeing. So now, we literally, our choices are between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. It's just, you're not going to start to see a change if you continue to be complicit in that system and just say, yeah, as bad as they are, I'm just going to vote for them. And the thing is that it's kind of a 4-year mentality, right? When you buy into this lesser evil voting, you're only thinking in 4-year increments. And we actually need to understand that social movements are a much longer trajectory, and that social change, it operates outside of a 4-year period. And so, yeah, if you actually withdraw your support, we might have a few terms of a president who is considered to be the greater evil. But in the long term, what we're doing is we're changing the system. We're saying, no, we're not okay with this. And we're, starting to build our power. And oh boy, there was another point that I wanted to make, and it just went right out of my head. But
Oh,
but anyway, I mean, you get the gist. It's just, we're not going to change it if we continue to operate within that system, because we don't have power within that system. Our change comes from outside, and the role that third parties play, even when they don't win, is they change the agenda. They force those who are running to actually have to run, especially when you look at lower level local races. We have some excellent Green Party candidates, running for city councils and things like that. And they're actually forcing those other, competitors to actually campaign and run their races, where before they would just take it for granted that they were going to get elected, depending on what the dominant party was in that particular area. So you force them to actually have to run. And then, we're seeing a real breaks and divides within the Republican and the Democratic Party. And we know from, when Lincoln was elected back, in the 1860s, that was because, you saw the Democrats divided and the Whigs were really falling apart. It opened the door for that third party to come in. I'm sorry about my little buddy here. And so that situation is starting to move again. And so if we understand that the underlying problem that we have is this wealth dominated political system, and we have two wealth dominated political parties, then voting for those parties perpetuates that system. And so voting for the parties that aren't part of that is actually voting for what you want and what you value, and you're creating that change that we need. But it takes a long time. It's not going to happen, in 1 or 2 cycles.
well, that's quite interesting, because it does seem like the time may have come to force the issue here.
Yeah.
As you say, it might mean Trump again, but unless a stand is made against the Democrats, and they'll never change, because they're going to continually take advantage of the progressive vote within their party. It seems like there's a lot of leverage at the end of the primaries in both 2016 and now, the establishment candidate Clinton and now Biden need those votes, but they were never held to any kind of commitments.
Right.
And Bernie Sanders was offered twice the head of the Green Party. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not a supporter necessarily of the Green. I'm not a supporter of any party, but some other party has to come around. It seems, as you mentioned, it's a very good analogy about the history of Lincoln, where a new party can emerge, and when the two parties are being in the way they are, there's 70%. Jill Stein quoted this when she was on our show on Sunday. 70% of Americans in at least one poll say they want another party. They are fed up with these two parties. There's fertile ground for that. But as long as you keep compromising with them and saying, okay, you got to just, if you back Medicare for all, we'll bring the votes. And then they say, sure. And then they forget about Medicare for all. As I wrote on Twitter the other day, this is really an ruling class fight every 4 years. They drag the rest of us into it. And then once the election's over, they kick us down the stairs. So when you have leverage, like the progressive wing of the party does after these primaries, to just squander it, it seems like a mistake. But it's a very critical moment. I think it's going to happen on its own. But also they're setting up more potential for violence, I think. Because as working class people, whether they are Trump supporters or whether they're Democrats or whether they're non-aligned, they're getting angrier and angrier as they're getting screwed over more and more. And now with the pandemic making it only worse, with at least finally people getting furious enough about continuous police violence, mostly against blacks, we see a time, I think, of increasing possibility of massive social unrest. So unless one of these parties, and it's more likely the Democrats than the Republicans, address these needs, they are, by delaying a new party, or the Democrats delaying and acknowledging that they can't keep ganging up on the progressive candidate both times, Bernie, that they're setting the groundwork for violence. This is my fear. And also last time they set up Donald Trump, because had Hillary campaigned in Wisconsin, that she really had a genuine progressive policies to help the deplorables, we may not have had Donald Trump. So
right. If I could make
yes, please.
a final comment, just because, we are in a situation of extreme polarization in the United States, and historically, this has happened in other places before, and it's a natural consequence of creating a greatly unequal society. And we've seen just the wealth inequality in the United States grow just exponentially, even in the last decade. I remember, in 2010, it was like 400 people that had the wealth of half the country, and now it's down to like 10 or something that have that. So you're going to see polarization in that situation, and in that, looking at countries around the world, there have been different ways that they responded, or different outcomes as a result of that social unrest. And you could either go farther to the right in a more authoritarian kind of state, which is something that Trump may try. Now, fortunately, a lot of times when he floats out these things that he wants to do, they don't, there's pushback, and so they don't always happen. But under a Biden, he's, like I said, was saying earlier, he's not going to be the solution either. But in the countries that had an organized people that put forward a bold vision of what they wanted, something that really drew people to it, something like a Green New Deal and Medicare for all, and being a more peaceful force in the world as opposed to a more, such an aggressive one, that draws people out. And if they were organized, they did pull their country in a better direction. So in this situation of polarization, change is going to come. It's inevitable. But what that change looks like depends on what we do. And so beyond voting, which, I encourage people to vote, we should have that democratic right to vote, and our votes should be counted, and we should demand that. But beyond that, if we don't organize and mobilize, this is really kind of a critical juncture era for the United States that's going to define how we go going forward. So I really appreciate you for having me on, and all the work that both of you do. And Consortium News is a wonderful outlet, and I encourage everybody to support the work that you're doing there.
Well, I thank you very much, Margaret, for coming on, spending some time with us to discuss these issues.
Thanks.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, that was Margaret Flowers of Popular Resistance, and a former Green Party candidate. We've invited numerous people to come on, including Dan Ellsworth. She mentioned Dan a come and defend himself on that issue if he'd like. We're going to take a short break, and then when we come back, we're going to look at some clips from our show on Sunday from Jill. Okay, we can go straight to Jill Stein, Rick Wolff, economist Rick Wolff, and Chris Hedges on what's at stake in this election. Even if this isn't the most crucial election in U.S. history, what is at stake on Tuesday? Jill, let me start with you.
I think you've kind of summarized it. It's a really terrible choice. And I don't think we have a win either way. I think many progressives take the view that Trump is a particular danger and a particular fascist who's driving a very scary moment, extremely scary moment. And I think it's undeniable he's very inflammatory and incites kind of the worst racism, potential violence. He's dog whistling to militias. It's scary. And in that way, they are different, in my view. But in terms of the policies and the needs of the American people, the economy, the incredible effects of COVID on our health and on jobs, and the whole 9 yards, the housing tsunami that's around the corner, the food insecurity that is at the door for some 52 million people, and this is on top of an economy where half of Americans were in or near poverty to start with. So to my mind, this is end stage empire that we are looking at. COVID didn't happen entirely by accident. It's become the crisis that it is because of the systematic dismantling of our healthcare system. And in your introduction, Joe, you mentioned that the parties have neglected the critical issues before us. They're not just neglecting it, they are suppressing it. They had candidates, Bernie Sanders at least, who addressed the issues to some extent, to a fairly large extent. And he was purposefully sabotaged for the second time. And that's not new either. I just think the consequences are far more severe because empire is at an end stage right now. And I think the resurgence of fascism now is part of that as well. The economic devastation of working people and the middle class, which took place, particularly under the Obama administration. So the choice is between a neo-fascist or a representative of the neoliberalism that drove us to neo-fascism and that really drove that that development. So it's kind of a no-win situation. Maybe there's one loss which is worse than the other, but it's not a win for the American people. And I think it's really important that people not be intimidated into silence and into embracing the parties of war on Wall Street. And I think that in throwing off the stranglehold of fascism in the White House, we have to be careful that we're not embracing these parties of empire that will just continue this ad infinitum until there is no recourse. We have to stand up. And I just want to briefly say, think of Chile and think of Bolivia and what just happened in the past week. That's where our mindset needs to be, that we need to vote, but we also need to revolt.
I think that this system is done. It's had its 350 years. It has tried. It has made great strides. It has overcome many obstacles. It has proven itself resilient. I admit all of that. But it has now accumulated a set of problems that it cannot and it will not solve. And that's why it's on life support. And that's why it's facing the return of the repressed, the endlessly repressed racial conflict blowing up, the long repressed role of women in this society, which is blowing up with the Me Too and all the other aspects of it. It can't handle its financial problems, that I can assure you. It has a major competitor in the People's Republic of China, And in the competition, let me be real clear with all of you. In the competition between the United States and China, China is winning. And this is not an endorsement of China. Lots of things wrong in China. But there is no contest, and everyone in the world who pays attention knows it. Only in the United States is there the delusion that something other than that is going on. I don't think you can forever maintain the crazy American notion that none of what I've just said is either there or matters. I think we're coming to the end of the self-delusional fakery. So for me, the number one objective for us now is to organize the left. It's already big enough. That's not the problem. And it is developing an ideology about the system that's pretty good and not the problem either. The terrible, awful number one problem is the organization of the left, teaching the American left that they have to form organizations, they have to build them, they have to think about them as flowers to nurture with lots of water and lots of fertilizer and endlessly boring meetings. They have to do that, or else they will not be serious. And along the way, yeah, they have to form groups of young men and women who march, maybe even in uniforms, and maybe even in scary formations. There can't just be very nice people on one side and overarmed Proud Boys on the other. As long as you allow that, you're going to see which way the system is going to lean. It's going to lean to those Proud Boys. We need to have our own. And one of the reasons I don't and cannot get excited about Mr. Biden is we don't belong in the Democratic Party. We have to be an independent, different, other political organization, differently grounded, differently focused. I think, as Jill said with that poll, we have more than enough people ready to do it. But someone has to do it. And there we stink. We're not good at it. The organizations we produce are weak, are scattered, are diffuse, and that's a luxury we cannot afford. And one of the results of that, not having our own organization, is the ease with which the lesser evil and all the other stuff can then get sold to even our supporters who could and should know better. So for me, I'm optimistic. You know, I run around the country. I have the label Marxist attached to me, which is, you know, you live in this country too. But I have never had audiences like I've had the last 5 or 10 years. Never. Never. I know how wide and deep in this country the support for these ideas is. People is not our problem. We got them. Commitment, not a problem. Understanding, really pretty good. Does it need work? Yeah. But the number one problem for me is to overcome the horrific, apolitical individualism ramped up with fancy words like libertarian or anarchist that all do the job of undermining the solution, which is, can we organize our people? If we can, we won't have to worry the way we do now about the right, because we'll outnumber them.
Chris, what is at stake on Tuesday in your view?
Who's going to manage the empire? And Biden has 3 times the money of Trump because the architects and managers of empire, quite correctly, see Trump as an embarrassment, and they want him removed. The donor class of the Democratic Party, Lloyd Blankfein and others, made it very clear that if Sanders was the nominee, they were going to vote for Trump. They don't like Trump, They prefer Biden, but they can live with Trump. So this whole mantra of the least worst only applies to you and me and people like us. It doesn't apply to the ruling elites. Of course, in many ways, the Obama administration laid the groundwork for a Trump. Obama had a mandate after the 2008 crash, global financial meltdown, which he turned and served the interests of Wall Street. As Cornel West says, he was a black mascot for Wall Street. We're headed for a tremendous crisis, not only because if Biden wins, Trump and his supporters will claim that the elections were fraudulent and rigged. I think we will see a definite uptick in the kind of very frightening militia violence that almost took the lives of the governors of Michigan and Virginia. But Americans who already, as Jill pointed out, half of the country living in poverty or near poverty, already living under great distress because of the COVID pandemic and the fallout, are about to get hit. Now, first of all, the pandemic has spiraled out of control. 300,000 Americans, it is estimated, will be dead by the end of this year. That figure is expected to rise to 400,000 by January. The chronic underemployment and unemployment in real figures is probably close to 20%. That's when you count people who have been erased from the rolls because they've stopped looking for work, erased from the rolls because they've been furloughed and they're not going to get rehired, and erased from the rolls because they may have a job, but it still puts them below the poverty line. The privatized healthcare system, which is designed to make money, it's not designed to cope with a public health crisis, has consolidated. We only have 1 million hospital beds. That's, as Jill mentioned, a result of decades-long trend of mergers and closures. And so you have field hospitals being set up in Milwaukee. States like Mississippi either don't have ICU beds or about to run out of ICU beds. And then on top of that, we have all of the economic stress that has been caused by the pandemic. So 48% of frontline workers on whom we depend still remain ineligible for sick pay. Over 40 million Americans have lost their employer-sponsored health insurance, thousands of bankruptcies, food banks are overrun, 10 to 14 million renter households, that's about 35 million people, were behind on their rent in September. That's 12 to 17 billion in unpaid rent. That figure is expected to rise to 34 billion in January. And this comes with a lifting on moratoriums and foreclosures, which will see these families thrown into the street. Hunger in U.S. households almost tripled since last year. The proportion of American children who don't have enough to eat is 14 times higher than it was last year. There are 8 million more Americans who are now classified as poor. And meanwhile, the 50 richest Americans hold as much wealth as half the United States. So all of the social inequality, the economic distress, all of that, which was very bad before the pandemic, is about to explode. And there will be political and social consequences because of that. And because the left has been so eviscerated and destroyed, I fear that this backlash will be a right-wing proto-fascist backlash. I mean, I covered the war in Yugoslavia. Nobody wanted war in Yugoslavia. It was the same kind of dance with these people dressed up in camo uniforms. There they were holding AK-47s. Here they have AR-15s. But eventually, violence does take place. We've come very close. We had the incidents in Portland. And then you open that Pandora's box, which you can't control. So I find echoes, very disturbing echoes of the meltdown of Yugoslavia, which I covered as a reporter. And Biden and the Democratic Party has made it very clear that they intend to not to institute the kind of radical measures that might hold us back from the brink. So I see the next few months and years as very dark, even under a Biden presidency. Wall Street, as Cornel West says, he was a black mascot.
Okay, we're
Wall
back
Street.
live now with our election night coverage.
Not only because if Biden wins,
and I think
Trump,
Jill Stein has joined us live. Jill, are you still watching that video?
I think we will see.
Yes, I will shut that down.
Very frightening militia.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Jill, for coming on. So I'm getting
Thank you.
messages from people saying who want Trump to lose, that they're depressed. But I see still only, well, it's a 98-95 lead according to CNN Live. That's, sorry, CNN. That is in the Electoral College. And the New York Times has an even wider lead for Biden. What is your take so far as you've been watching the results, Jill?
It's hard to fake a presidential campaign. And we know, polls said that 63% of Biden's supporters were not for Biden. They were against Trump. And we've seen this before. It's just really hard to pretend the love is there when it's not. And if the Democrats didn't have the cover of COVID, it would have been really evident that that Trump's rallies are overflowing and Biden's could never draw a rally, and so he kind of got a pass because COVID kind of gave him cover on that front. But people are not for Biden. They're against Trump. They would have been for Bernie Sanders. And I think Biden is faltering. It's not clear what's going to happen right now. It's a toss-up. It's a real nail biter. And we could be up all night watching this. I don't think I'm going to, because the fight is going to go on, whether it's Biden or whether it's Trump. Personally, I would much prefer, getting Trump out. His overt racism, his his fanning the flames of the militias and just the xenophobia and all that, I find very scary. So I really wish that Biden would win, but I'm not sure he can. And the Democrats have poisoned this election by manipulating it and by sabotaging Bernie Sanders, who would have been a very strong candidate and by all polls would have beat Trump as he would have in 2012. And I just saw a tweet. Well, there's some very, people are really going off the deep end on social media right now and are just really beside themselves and really worried. And, I saw one tweet, I think it was from Kevin Gosztola, might have been from him, about how, so this was the candidate who was going to be the easiest and most secure path to victory. There was another one from somebody about how the Latinos are going to be the Russians of 2020. The Democrats don't have Greens to blame this time around. But I did see one tweet that is blaming me because I set it up, right, in 2016. So therefore blame me now when there's not another Green around to blame. It's just like there's such incredible arrogance on coming from the Democrats and the liberals right now. And, it makes me understand where the fury of Trump supporters is coming from, people who've been kind of thrown under the bus by these neoliberals who are really, devoted to their very self-serving concept of, of the progressive agenda. It's very limited. The Democratic version of the progressive agenda is perfectly fine with the war machine and the disparities the way they are. And, they just haven't stood up and fought at all. So I can really understand that so many people are just really pissed off at the power structure and they still think that it's not Trump. I mean, the wake up is going to happen and eventually it's going to come against Trump too if he's reelected, because the economy's crashing. He's not doing anything about it. The Democrats won't do anything about it. In my view, while I would greatly prefer having Biden to Trump, I feel like in the big picture here, it's not like Trump has been such a greater warmonger than the Democrats are. You know, they're kind of leading the charge on the Cold War against Russia and China. So, you know, they're playing with fire. I'm not convinced that there's going to be much of a difference. We're in for, you know, a really rocky road now, and the Democrats are not fighting. They will not fight. They sabotage candidates who really would fight. So in the scheme of things, I feel like the problem here is the empire, which is crashing and burning and taking us down with it. That's what we got to fight. And I also, you know, I'm not that depressed about it because there is an enormous will to fight. People don't buy into the empire and what it's done from, you know, what it's done to them. And I think people are going to wake up to the travesty of Donald Trump eventually, you know, like to look at Foxconn, for example, in, you know, in Wisconsin. You know, people are waking up to him. They will continue to wake up to him with the COVID catastrophe that's rolling out. So, you know, you can only fool some of the people for so long. You know, you just can't fool all the people all the time, and you can't fool some of the people all the time either. People are waking up. They're going to keep waking up. And, you know, the challenge as I see it is for us to be heard. And by us, I mean, you know, a real politics of, by, and for the people that's not controlled by Wall Street and the war machine. You know, that's the real question, is how do we organize when the channels of communication are basically controlled by the empire? It's really tough, but I think, you know, we have no choice but to fight on one hand, and on the other, we know that there's a huge, there's an uprising that is underway. And somehow those two dots have to connect. We're not sure how that's going to happen, but it's clear we don't have to persuade people that there's a problem. People know that there's a problem. Their lives are on the line. The system is in a free fall. The economy is in a free fall. You know, the pandemic is uncontrolled. You know, the war machine is completely out of control and is just eating the life out of our budget and our resources, and 60% of our discretionary budget. It's outrageous. Nuclear weapons, you know, continue to be the unbelievable threat that they are. And, you know, the Democrats aren't shouting out for the ban treaty that would ban nuclear weapons, which is now has enough nations that have verified it that you know, it will go into force in something like 2 months or something like that. So, you know, there are solutions at hand. Neither of the corporate parties is going to seize them. People are absolutely desperate right now, and this is just unfolding. So it's only going to accelerate, whether it's Trump or whether it's Biden. The shit is hitting the fan like we have never seen in this country. And there is there is critical mass to fight this. And I'm actually encouraged just to see signs. You know, when things are going bad, I take it on the chin a lot. You know, just on social media, you can just read the temperature out there by looking at the comments that are made on my on my Twitter account. And you know, I'm just seeing that people are kind of confused now. They're having a lot of cognitive dissonance. The the prevailing mythology is breaking down, and if Biden wins, he's not going to have a honeymoon. You know, he's already embraced the Republican neocons. Cindy McCain is on his transition committee. He's already barred the progressive Democrats from participating in his cabinet. It's, you know, it's really clear what direction he's going in. He's not going to offer solutions to these crises that have us by the throat, whether it's climate or the economy or the pandemic. You know, he'll do little stuff. And I don't mean little stuff. He'll do stuff, but he really won't get down to the real problem. You know, he'll get masks out there. Is he going to give us a healthcare system? No. He said he will veto Medicare for all. So how are you going to fix this pandemic when people don't have healthcare that they desperately need? So he's not going to offer solutions. The uprising is underway. Empire is doubling down as it teeters at the brink, and it's under threat, which is why it is slamming its progressive opposition right now. It's why it's kept Greens off the ballot. It's why, they viciously attack us. And it's just, it's not gonna give people what they need. They're all about what they're against. They're against Trump, and they're against Greens. They're not, they're not for people, and they're not going to provide the health care and the jobs and the Green New Deal and the nuclear disarmament and the demilitarization, which a majority of people support cutting the military budget. Twice as many people support cutting the military as they do, wanting to boost the military budget or have a strong military. So, the truth is out there, and the uprising is underway, and it's in our hands to figure out how do we now work with that to move forward.
Jill, I hope you could stay with us a while. We have historian Peter Kuznick from American University, who's also
Awesome.
joined. I'd like to get you into a conversation with him, but just another very quick question, which is, first of all, about the rallies. Democrats tend to have been obeying social distancing and masks more in general than Republicans. That might explain why Biden got fewer people. But I wanted to ask you this question.
But even before the pandemic, his rallies just were non-existent. He couldn't draw a crowd.
Right.
During
I
the primary.
don't know how much we can draw that conclusion to. I still see this very much up in the air. I don't see either a winner right now in this race. But what you seem to be explaining is because Democrats failed to run a real progressive that people may have embraced, that the possibility perhaps of uprising violence could increase no matter who wins this. And I wanted to ask you, why Bernie Sanders, I believe, was offered the presidential slot for the Green Party, and he twice turned it down. Am I right about that? And if we need a new, what would have happened had he accepted that? That's what in 2016 and now.
The Greens have been attempting to communicate with Bernie Sanders for more than 10 years. And he never returned a phone call, and he never, wrote back an email. He clearly has a Washington, D.C. mindset. He's been working with the Democrats a long time, and that's kind of, that's his mindset. And, his comment was always that he didn't want to wind up like Ralph Nader. He didn't want to be vilified for leaving the party. He just has a different mindset from what we have outside of the Democratic Party, and our perspective that it's not going to fix it for us. It's been hijacked since, as far back as my history goes, which is like to the, the end of the Second World War. I'm no historian, but from Henry Wallace on down, progressives have been sabotaged. Every time they kind of get to some momentum, they get torn down by the Democratic Party. Even at the highlight, in the heyday of the labor movement and the civil rights movement, even then, there was a movement to reform the Democratic Party, and it was sabotaged. And what sabotaged it? The war in Vietnam, because you could not criticize the war in Vietnam and have any credibility in the Democratic Party. So it's wedded to the war machine. I think it has been at least since the Second World War, maybe before. Not my bailiwick to talk about that very much, but the Democrats won't do it. Bernie is wedded to the Democrats, and he takes incredible abuse. It's very sad to see. I mean, who worked harder than him? I mean, at one point it was said that he was working much harder than Joe Biden for Joe Biden's campaign. It seemed like he was doing everything in his power so that he couldn't be blamed. He was really, very concerned that he was going to be blamed, and he certainly would be blamed if there's not a good outcome. And I agree with you. It's not, it's not clear which way this is going, and the Democrats may still pull it off. I hope they do, but it's not the landslide, and it's not the slam dunk that many people hoped it would be. It's
Jill,
nerve-wracking. Bernie, I wish Bernie would come over. I think it's too late for Bernie. I think he's in that mindset. He sees the Democrats as the solution. He cannot quite see beyond them. But, you talk to people who are under 30 or even under 40 at this point, they don't share that at all. They're completely, that's sort of the good thing about a new generation. It kind of approaches life and politics with fresh eyes. It's looking at things now in the 2020s, not in the 1980s or the 1990s, when a lot of our, those of us with gray hair, we, our brains kind of developed in that era, and we tend to interpret the world through that neural network. And not so for young people. They don't buy what they're seeing. What they see is utter desolation and desperation. And it's all that they can do to even pay attention to this crap. And, we'll see what the numbers turn out like. But it looked really remarkable to me that as many young people were turning out when they clearly don't buy this stuff. But if Biden doesn't make it, I think it's really, it's such an indictment of the Democratic Party and its refusal to step up to the plate and do what the universe is screaming for right now. They refuse to do it. And they can only hold on for so long because the people who are wedded to them, are kind of, they got one foot, sort of heading for the graveyard now. They're aging out. And there's a whole new generation that's coming of age. And they don't buy this shit one bit. They're, more than half of them are living with their parents. They don't have jobs. They're mired in student debt. They're facing evictions. They don't have health care. And they're facing the climate crisis and also the nuclear weapons crisis. And they don't buy it one bit. So
Jill?
that's, the clock is ticking. And the Democrats are aging out.
You mentioned the two magic words, Henry and Wallace, to bring Peter Kuznick in here. I think that animates him more than anything I know. Peter, welcome to CN Live. He's an historian at American University. Peter, give us your take. You wrote me an email just a little while ago that you were getting more and more depressed. I see a wide open toss-up. Tell me why you're depressed, and then talk as much as you want about Henry Wallace, please.
It's nice to see you again, Joe. It's been a while. And Jill.
Yeah.
Hi,
Good
Jill.
to see you, Peter.
I guess I have a different perspective on this than Jill does, as an historian and as an activist. The first election teaching I spoke in was back in 1968 at Rutgers University. I was an undergraduate. It was an interesting teaching. My two professors, who were renowned radical historians, both came out for Richard Nixon in that election. And they said, we need to punish the Democrats for their Vietnam War policies, among other things. And I had just come back from the Chicago Democratic Convention. And so I told the story about the yippies running a pig for president named Pegasus. And the police impounded the pig. And the next day, Jerry Rubin and Abby Hoffman came out there with a different pig. And people asked them, well, how can you just change one pig for the other? And said, we run on the same principle as the Democrats and Republicans, that one pig is as good as another. And I told that story at the teach-in. And I regretted it afterwards, because I thought there was no difference between Richard Nixon and Hubert Humphrey. And had Hubert Humphrey won that election that he lost by a very narrow margin, there would probably be 2 million more Vietnamese still alive, as well as tens of thousands more Americans. And I learned a lesson from that, because I was one of those young radicals who Jill is talking about. One of those young radicals who rejected the system, who thought of myself as a revolutionary, wanted to overthrow the system and come up with a decent, humane kind of system that we'd all like to see. And I see the same thing in some ways now. And I look at this election, and I look at an election that's got existential implications in at least two ways. And Joe Biden, as you know, is not my kind of person, and he's not my candidate. And I don't agree with him on very much. And I'm frightened by many of the people who he has as advisors, especially when it comes to foreign policy. And it's interesting to me that foreign policy has not been discussed at all in this election. Nuclear issues, the new N word in the United States is nuclear. Nobody can say it. I'm glad to hear Jill talk about it, but you didn't hear Biden talk about it. You didn't hear anybody being asked about this. So these are the things that concern me. And the reason why I prefer Biden strongly is that, number one, he's going to at least move us slightly in the right direction when it comes to climate change, but mostly because the first thing he's going to do if he gets elected is he's going to extend the New START Treaty. The New START Treaty is the only part of the nuclear architecture that's left intact. After Trump has pulled us out of the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal, the INF Treaty, the Open Skies Treaty. If the New START Treaty is dismantled, that means that we go back to a nuclear arms race. Trump and his leading negotiator, Marshall Billingsley, have both said, we don't fear an arms race, we welcome one. What do we have in 1985, 1986? We had 70,000 nuclear weapons. I used to go take my students every year to Hiroshima and Nagasaki. I still do every summer. And we go to the A-bomb museum in Hiroshima, and I'd write down the same information, that by 1985, the world had accumulated the equivalent of 1.47 million Hiroshima bombs. How insane were we? How many times over do we have to be able to kill everybody on the planet before we're satisfied? And that is what we're going to get back to with what's going on now is terrible enough. And Obama and Biden put this into effect with their $1 trillion, now $1.7 trillion 30-year modernization program. And all of the other 8 nuclear powers are also modernizing their nuclear arsenal. So I don't want to see that, of course. And I support the UN ban treaty. I was very glad to see that finally passed. And I was really happy to see that the 50th vote to put that into effect was from Honduras, the original banana republic. There was no more fitting fuck you to the United States than Honduras, despite the fact that Trump is putting pressure on all the countries that had ratified that to pull out to rescind their ratifications. So that was great that Honduras did that. And Biden will extend the New START Treaty, so we don't get back to 70,000. 14,000 is insane enough. That's still enough to kill everybody on the planet several times over. He will also renew the JCPOA, the Iran nuclear deal. He will also get us back into the INF, the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. These are measures of sanity. And I think what we're confronting with the Trump administration is outright fascism. And I look at what the position of the Communist Party was in 1932 in Germany, when they said, it doesn't make any difference, support the fascists, because the sooner they take over, we're going to be next. And we're not going to be next. That's not the way fascism works. We're going to be shut down. We're going to be silenced. We're going to be put in jail. We're going to be tortured. The left in this country will be wiped out. Now, I agree with Jill that there's very exciting things happening, that I see with my students. There is so much positive energy on the part of young people. And I see it with other people also in our society. So I'm hopeful, but I'm hopeful if we have a world in which we can still function. Because if you look at these protests and you look in the streets of the United States, these police forces are so militarized. Now they've got so much hardware that they've been dumped on them from various administrations, but this is terrifying right now. And when we talk about protests in the earlier times, I tell my students, we talk about the 1980s. We talk about the Haymarket riot. We talk about the ideas of using bombs. You know, there was a rough equivalence of potential use of violence in the 19th century. In the 20th century, that doesn't exist. And so we've got to be much more strategic. We've got to figure out how we can best affect this. And we've got to support the limited democracy. We don't have a real democracy. We've got you know, we've got a system that's run by the plutocrats and the oligarchs. It's not just the Russian oligarchs we have to worry about, it's the American oligarchs. And is Biden going to challenge them? Not really. He's going to do little things around the edges that are better. But at least we're going to be able to organize. We're going to have the space to organize, the space to protest, the space to speak, and the space to ultimately continue the pressure that's being put on the Democratic Party right now and push them further to the left. And I wish that the world that Jill is in, that we have third party that could really be effective in the United States. I wish that was the world we were in. Henry Wallace was the last voice within the Democratic Party, to bring it back to your original question, was the last voice within the Democratic Party of a radical vision. And, you know, Henry Wallace, when Henry Luce in 1941 said that this will be the American century and the United States will dominate the world financially, intellectually, politically, militarily, Wallace, as vice president, challenged that, said, no, this must be the century of the common man. He called for a worldwide people's revolution in the tradition of the American Revolution, the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Latin American revolutions, and the German Revolution of 1848. And he called for an end to monopolies and cartels, an end to colonialism, an end to imperialism, an end to exploitation. And that's a vision that the Democratic Party has got to embrace again. John Kennedy began to inch toward that in the last year of his life before he was assassinated. And that's the last time we've really had a Democrat who has embraced that vision. But that's a vision that we've got to fight for. And I would much rather, if we were in a different country, in a different world, in different politics, I would be very supportive of a Green Party or another alternative solution. But right now, I'm dealing much more in what I consider a realistic world. As corrupt as the Democrats are, I still feel that we have to fight within that party to at least get us a little bit in the right direction. And there are times when the Democrats have moved us somewhat in the right direction. We're talking about the 1930s under Franklin Roosevelt, the 1940s, which should have been Henry Wallace. You know how close Wallace came in 44 at the Democratic Convention?
They pulled fire alarm. Yeah.
July 20th, 1944, the start of the Democratic Convention, Gallup released a poll asking potential voters who they wanted on the ticket as vice president. 65% said they wanted Henry Wallace back as vice president. 2% said they wanted Harry Truman. And had Wallace gotten back on, and Claude Pepper, realizing that, because the first night of the convention, Wallace made the seconding speech for Roosevelt, and the place went wild with a demonstration for Wallace, led by, among others, Adlai Stevenson and Hubert Humphrey. But this went on for an hour. In the middle of that, Claude Pepper, the senator from Florida, realized that if he could get to the microphone, get Wallace's name and nomination, Wallace would sweep the convention, be back on the ticket as vice president, defy the party bosses. And he fought his way to the front of the room. And Mayor Kelly starts screaming and running up there. It's a fire hazard. Adjourn immediately. Sam Jackson was chairing the convention. He said, I have a motion to adjourn. All in favor say aye. Maybe 5% say aye. All opposed say no. Nay. 95% said nay. And he said, motion carried. Pepper was 5 feet from the microphone. Had Pepper gotten 5 more feet to the microphone, Wallace would have been back on the ticket as vice president. There would have been no atomic bombings in World War II and no Cold War. History would have been fundamentally different. We've come close. That last year of Kennedy's life, he and Khrushchev were committed to ending the Cold War, pulling the US out of Vietnam, ending the nuclear arms race. We've come close. Even fucking Reagan in 1986 at Reykjavik with Gorbachev, we were one word away from ending getting rid of all offensive nuclear arms. If Reagan had accepted Gorbachev's proposal to limit Star Wars to the laboratory for 10 years, we would have gotten rid of nuclear arms. So, I mean, there are things that can be done. I understand Jill's critique of the Democrats as being both pro-corporate and pro-militarist. I share that. But I also understand that had we had Gore in 1980, instead of Bush, we would have avoided Vietnam, avoided Iraq, possibly avoided Afghanistan. I mean, there are ways that the world can be a lot better. But right now we're facing a unique crisis. And this is an existential crisis for me. And this, for me, it means whether or not we're going to exist as, first of all, as a quote unquote corrupt democracy, as opposed to a fascist dictatorship, and we're going to exist at all as a species, because the risk, it's not accidental that the bullet atomic scientists moved the hands of the doomsday clock to 100 seconds before midnight, the closest it's ever been since they began the doomsday clock in 1947, because they're right. The crises with China, the crisis with Russia, and other crises around the world are more dangerous than anything we've confronted since at least '62 in the Cuban Missile Crisis. So I think we have to look at this conjuncture that we're in, this situation we're in the world now, and it's just so dangerous that we have to, I hope that Biden can eke out a narrow victory. And if not, I've been talking to my friends about where we move, what country we go to, because this country is not going to be one that's going to be hospitable to any kind of radical, progressive, democratic movements in the future, I'm afraid.
So can I just respond a little bit? I want to clarify first that I think we're actually on the same page here, that I too strongly prefer that Biden win and not Trump. So, you might be talking to some concept of what Greens think, but no, I don't think there's no difference. I do think there's a difference. However, that difference is relatively limited. Not that the things you've talked about aren't important, they're extremely important, but here's the problem. Donald Trump is a product of neoliberalism. He's a product of the trashing of working class people. He's a product of the Wall Street bailouts. He's a product of the 5 or 6 million home foreclosures that Obama just looked the other way from. He's a product of the absolute trashing of working class and middle class families. The 80% of America that lost wealth big time while the goods all went to the upper 1%. And that, to my mind, that's why this kind of equilibrates over, not very long period of time, because even if Biden gets in there, and I hope he does, he may restore a couple treaties, and that would be really wonderful. But Trump is only going to grow stronger. And if not Trump, it's the other, it's the next Trump who might be a more effective Trump. That's my problem. I don't think we can solve what we have right now with the Democrats. I wish that we could, but I don't think we can. However, we're not limited to that. Maine passed ranked choice voting, and in Massachusetts, we'll find out very soon whether we have passed it, and it's brewing in about 10 or 15 other states. People want to break out of this box. I'd say, if you have a critique of the Democrats, instead of trying to silence principled opposition that actually holds up the Green New Deal, that actually, speaks out for the ban treaty and for cutting the military. The purpose should not be to silence political opposition, without which there is no democracy. The goal should be to open up this very, sick an undemocratic political system. And that is right within our reach right now by getting behind ranked choice voting. You end the spoiler thing. And once you do that, you stop the silencing of political opposition. We cannot be smeared as dangerous spoilers, but rather reformers. And, it makes dialogue legitimate and possible. Until we have that, there will be no dialogue. And if there's no dialogue, we're going right back, because the economic elite is in control of both parties. It's part of empire, and we're not going to nudge empire in the least. Maybe we'll get a couple treaties, and that would be a godsend, absolutely. But we'll be right back to Trump in 4 years and worse, because it ain't going to get fixed. And we know from just fascism and where it grows where people have been devastated economically. And that comes with the territory here. If you have a party that is owned by Wall Street and war profiteers, they're not going to fix it. And I just want to end invoking what I call the Frederick Douglass principle, which is that power concedes nothing without a demand. And if you silence the demand and you don't have the demand, power ain't moving. It's not moving squat. And we've just seen that for the last century, practically, with the Democratic Party. It's not going to move because we ask it nicely. It will move because it's challenged. And challenge should not be, deadly to our environment or to national security. We need to be able to have challenges. And that's why I've put my energy into passing ranked choice voting and fighting for it, because that's where the solution lies. It doesn't lie in silencing independent, non-corporate political parties, who are really the only ones who can bring that, that threat to bear that Frederick Douglass, rightly cites as essential if we're going to move the system.
Well, Jill, I'm totally in agreement with you about ranked choice voting. And I am totally agree with you that we've got to be out in the streets. If Biden gets elected, we have got to organize to force him to adopt progressive policies. And
No
I
matter
think
who.
most Americans will support us on that.
Yeah.
I mean, I see with my students, I went, maybe I have about 65 students this semester. I doubt that a single one of them is a Trump supporter, and they're all Democratic centrists, from like Biden to leftists. So the younger generation is not buying into this. And I agree with you. We live in a world in which the richest 8 people have more wealth than the poorest 3.8 billion people. We live in a country in which the richest 3 people have more wealth than the bottom half of the population. This is something that you and I totally agree on. This is obscene. The racial injustice in this society, the deep systemic racism, is something that is really unconscionable. As a professor of history, this is something that I talk about constantly with my students, and they're very sensitive to that. As you know, the younger generation is sensitive to issues of racial disparities. They're sensitive to the environment. They're sensitive to gender issues. They're great on these issues. They're out to lunch when it comes to nuclear issues, and which is why I'm constantly trying to wake them up on this front. But they don't have a lot of understanding of history. I did an anonymous survey. You'd appreciate this. I did an anonymous survey with college students. These are all A students in high school. I asked them how many Americans died in World War II. The median answer I got was 90,000. Okay, they're only 300,000 off. I asked them how many Soviets died in World War II. The median answer I got was 100,000. They were only 27 million off. They have no idea what World War II is about, what the Cold War was about, what's going on in Ukraine now. I mean, we have real problems with the broad ignorance in our nation now. And then, so I agree, we've got to deal with these things. We've got to fight for them. We've got to struggle. We've got to build up the labor movement again. I mean, I support all of that. And I support a radical critique of American society, which you and I share. The irrationality of the way our world is organized. I say to my students, if you came down from another planet and you saw a world in which 8 people have more wealth than 3.8 billion people, how could this make any sense to you? Or so many other things we could point to that make no sense the way the world is currently organized. And the Democrats certainly are culpable. You know, they've been in control of this for a long time, and in many ways they've gotten worse. The party of Roosevelt in the 30s was much more progressive, partly because of labor movement, partly because of the left. I mean, what moved the New Deal to the left in the 30s? It was labor and the radical movements, the Communist Party. There's a Communist Party organizing the Popular Front, moved the Democratic Party to the left in the 1930s. Roosevelt didn't start off as a progressive. In 1932, he was attacking Hoover for being too big a spender and for unbalancing the budget. You know, so he was attacking Hoover from the right in 32. But he understood he was being pushed to the left in a more progressive direction by the kinds of movements that we need to and are trying to build now. And I think that's where the hope lies. But for me, the first step is to at least eliminate the threat that we're not going to have a world to even try to save. You know, so I see in some ways our generation's responsibility now is to make sure that there's a future. You know, I'm sad to say that I've given up in some ways of creating the kind of society now that I had dreamt about for all my life, you know, as a youth. You know, but that I see our mission is to make sure there's a future, maybe 100 years from now, 1,000 years from now, 1,000,000 years from now, that could build a decent society. But my fear right now is that we're going to wipe ourselves out. And that Donald Trump, what I saw from that first debate, you know, people drew a lot of lessons. The lesson that I drew from that first debate is that this is a madman. This is a lunatic. This is a person who can't control his anger, his rage, and he's got his finger on the proverbial nuclear button. And I mean, that was to me the lesson. And I fear that, you know, whether it's a lunatic like Trump or a neocon or whatever, we're going to push these crises, you know, in a direction where we're going to not even have a future.
And just as a matter of strategy, to me, the concern is that people are going to respond to the crisis that's like right on their kitchen table. You know, as much as you and I know that nuclear weapons could just wipe us out like that, for most people, the reality is that they're, you know, 50%, no, I'm sorry, 52 million Americans now are going to face hunger and food insecurity this year. 40% of renters are not going to have a roof over their heads. So that's the paramount concern.
Yeah.
And if we want to see people mobilize for nuclear weapons, we've got to address, you know, and police violence, I think, is the other part of it too, which is like the living reality for a huge segment of the population. So that's the route through which we can get to, you know, prioritizing nuclear weapons. But if we're not prioritizing radical economic reform, forget it for nuclear weapons. It's just not going to happen, because people who don't know where their next meal is coming from or how they're going to keep a roof over their head, you know, it's not going to happen. So I don't see this as a, you know, as like some kind of idealistic world. This is a strategic world. If we want to mobilize people, we've got to mobilize them through a program of radical economic justice.
I don't
So,
disagree
you
with
know,
that.
I
I
think
mean,
it's a matter of
we're on the
strategy.
same page there.
What's that?
We agree on this.
Yeah, right.
You know,
And that's, to me, that's where the Democrats are going to fail. And that's where we will not be able to get to, you know, to the reforms that we need, because, you know, I'm hoping Biden is going to pull it out, but I'm pretty worried that the numbers are not panning out the way they were said to. And we've seen this before.
yeah.
And it's clear that, you know, Biden was a contrived candidate, and the whole thing of all the other candidates dropping out and endorsing him, that was just so orchestrated by Barack Obama. You know, this was not a real movement. You know, the real movement was with Bernie Sanders, through whom all of this could have been accomplished.
And we're going to have a foreign policy team of Susan Rice,
Yeah,
Samantha
right.
Power, Michelle
Yep.
Flournoy,
Yep.
all of these hawks,
Exactly.
so we've got our work cut out for us because we can't trust these people, any farther we can throw them right now.
That's right. And I think, we can have our strategic differences, but at the end of the day, it really is about mobilizing. It's getting out into the street, whether it's Trump or whether it's Biden. That's why I'm not so depressed, to tell you the truth. Yeah, I mean, it's very sad if you think about the nuclear treaties that could have been achieved, but I'm not convinced the Democrats were going to do that. I mean, you know about this better than I do, so maybe they were, and that would have been wonderful. It's a shame that this hasn't been discussed enough, that that's a geek, someone who's as geeky as I am, didn't even know that. I think that's really great if that's the case, and that's another reason why it would be wonderful for Biden to win. But I'm not convinced that the Democrats, that the Susan Rices of the world are going to turn their backs on their, on their Raytheon lobbyists and all the other friends that they have that benefit from the nuclear arms race and other kinds of arms races. I'm not sure they're capable of doing the right thing. Maybe they are, but I don't know. But if they're not able to prioritize economic justice, and they're absolutely not. They are wedded to, the economic elite. That's who sponsors them. That's how they win their elections. They just can't think outside of that box. And if they can't, prioritize really radical economic reform, then we're not going to have the public support to defeat Trump. That doesn't have to stand in the way, however. I think we can get out there and organize for ranked choice voting and, and for a general strike, which is what we're going to need.
Yeah, they
I
need
don't
a
see this
general
happening
strike.
with anything less than
I
that.
see a general strike as necessary too.
Yeah, absolutely. No matter who's in the driver's seat.
So the numbers right now are from CNN: 192 electoral votes to 114 for Trump. The New York Times has Biden at 209 to 118 for Trump. Biden needing only 61 more votes to win. Of course, that factors in California and New York in his column already. The outstanding states of Florida, 94% of the vote in, Trump holding a 51 to 47% lead. Wisconsin is in Trump's territory, as is Ohio, but looks like we're not, Texas, Trump has a 51 to 48 lead. Why did you say you would? We have Nico House, by the way. We're going to bring him in a second, talk about some of these numbers. But I wanted to ask Peter why you said you were depressed in that email. What were you seeing that made you think that it looked bad for Biden at that point?
What I was hoping for was a really big defeat of Trump that would destroy the Republican right wing, this neo-fascist segment in American society, for another generation. After the 1936 election, the Republican right wing was really destroyed for 2 generations. And I was just hoping that that would happen again. What we've seen, Arthur Schlesinger was an interesting historian, and he said that the country moves in 30-year cycles. And he talked about the 20s, the 50s, the 80s, the 10s as the conservative decades, and the 30s, the 60s, the 90s, the 2020s as the progressive decades. Well, we missed the 90s thanks to the Clintons. But but I'm optimistic about the 20s as a time when we're going to see a lot of progressive momentum. And I thought that a big Democratic win would really, Joe, you know me, you know that I'm an amateur herpetologist, that I've got a house full of reptiles and amphibians, and I thought that if the right-wing Republicans, these Trump neo-fascists, were totally destroyed, that they would crawl under a rock for 20, 30 years. And then when I looked for my snakes under the rocks, I would see the Republicans instead, so that didn't happen. And I was led to, I guess I thought that would happen because I thought there was more decency. I wanted to believe that there was more decency in this country, that this country would reject racism, that this country would reject bigotry, that this country would reject the total incompetence. For example, the United States and South Korea had their first coronavirus cases the same day. South Korea has 26,000 total cases of coronavirus and 466 dead. The United States has 9.3 million cases and 230,000 dead. This is so blatantly, flagrantly incompetent, as well as the meanness, the mendacity. Trump represented, and his supporters represented, everything I find odious. When Hillary Clinton called them deplorables, I thought it was a really bad political move. But the more I've seen them acting, the more I think they really are. They're kind of a neo-fascist element in the United States. And the fact that 40 to 50% of Americans are actually don't see that and support that and buy into that is horrifying to me. It's not the world I grew up in. I grew up in the world of Holocaust survivors, right? Most of my relatives were killed in the Holocaust. My earliest memories are my grandmother at the kitchen table crying about the relatives who were killed. I was born after the Holocaust several years, but my earliest memories were about that. And for me, growing up, the definition of morality was to never tolerate evil. When I was 12 years old, I joined the NAACP. When I was 13 years old, I joined the Congress of Racial Equality. As a young kid, I was a civil rights activist. When I was a freshman in college, I started my own anti-war organization in the Vietnam War. I always had a sense that you could not tolerate this kind of evil and hatred. And we've got a country that's mired in it, that's drowning in it. And I don't know how that happened. It's not the country. We know that going back to the 20s, the Ku Klux Klan was enormous, 5 million members, ran Indiana and Colorado and a lot of other states, ran the Democratic Convention in 1924. We know that there's this history that these subterranean groups that are, hate groups have always been a big part of the American underworld. But now with Trump, they're out in the open, and they feel empowered. And they're, the situation in Michigan was just an extreme example of it. But we're living in a world in which this ugliness is out there in a way that I had not, as much as I fought against this stuff in the 50s and 60s and other times, it is never really as sanctioned as it is today in American life. And so that's what gets me depressed. So I was hoping so much that this was going to be a total repudiation of that ugliness, that hatred, that racism, that bigotry, the mendacity. And I was wrong.
Elizabeth.
And I'd like to bring on independent journalist, activist, and one of the basically institutors of the DNC fraud lawsuit, Nico House. Thank you, Nico, for staying with us, spending some of your time this evening with us.
Before Nico starts, I've got to apologize and say I've got to run. I've got another interview I've got to do, and I would love to keep talking to Nico and Jill and everybody, but Joe and everybody, but I've got to run. So sending my loves to everybody, and
thank you, Peter, very much.
Let's keep fighting.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Okay.
Feel better.
Bye-bye.
Fingers crossed.
Thanks.
Well, Nico, where do we start? I believe you had some comments you wanted to share before I asked about the election numbers as they stand.
Yeah, really quick, if I could just address some of the things that was discussed between Jill and Peter. First of all, hi, Jill. It's like the second election in a row that we've been in the same place on the same night. So, and it looks like we're going to end in the exact same result. But, so I feel like there should be a discussion about the difference between what Peter and others refer to as neo-fascism and what I refer to as civility fascism. Now, there is a blatant neo-fascism that we've seen from Donald Trump and the neocons, this obvious authoritarianism, especially when we see how he emboldens the police state. But then you have, on the other side of that fence, the civility fascism that people like myself and others have fallen victim to because no one wants to really talk about it because it is taboo to do so. The civility fascism that we saw taking place a lot with Barack Obama, for example, while Joe Biden was his VP. I don't know if you all are familiar with fusion centers. I'm pretty sure at least Elizabeth is. But fusion centers are basically when the local law enforcement and governor work with the NSA and other intelligence branches to basically spy on activists. And as we know now, about 8 to 10 lead activists in Ferguson, Missouri are either missing or dead. These fusion centers were, of course, used by Trump and the current administrations in various states during these massive protests, but they were used largely by Barack Obama and Joe Biden, and nothing has been said about it at all whatsoever. On top of that, Joe Biden has bragged about the Patriot Act. He's bragged about authoring it. I think that a lot of us consider the Patriot Act an existential threat to not only the Constitution and U.S. domestic policy, but foreign policy, and anyone who could, be harassed in one form or another by the Patriot Act and its provisions as well. I mean, it was Kavanaugh who basically came up with ways to jump through all the legal hurdles to get the Patriot Act enacted. And if Joe Biden authored that, and that fact hasn't even been mentioned the entire election by any mainstream media, I'm pretty sure most of us would consider the Patriot Act at least a wee bit fascist, a wee bit. At least, Snowden and Congress, who subsequently passed laws because of what was happening in the NSA due to the Patriot Act, they all thought that it was a little fascist and something needed to be done about it. I get it. Donald Trump is loud. He's obnoxious. He's a megalomaniac, all of the above. But at the end of the day, if I wanted to go out and publish an article just tearing Donald Trump to shreds, whether or not it's true or not true, it's going to be published. And hell, I'm Black, might even go viral. Who knows? But if I wanted to say, I don't know, publish emails that were literally coming from Hunter Biden and his associates, if I try to do that, well, then that gets deleted. It's not because it's false or disinformation, but because we can't prove at the time right now that it is true, whatever standard that is, which, by the way, is another form of authoritarian fascism. Or we can look, for example, whenever Joe Biden's son died of cancer, after that, he worked very diligently as vice president to make sure other countries didn't decide to lower their cancer drug prices. And if they did, he would threaten them with sanctions using his executive authority. We all already know he got the prosecutor in the Ukraine fired for investigating his son. I mean, the 94 crime bill I would consider to be pretty fascist. The list really does go on. And I like this idea that people think that all of a sudden we can push Biden left. But like I was at Standing Rock. A young woman lost her eye. Another woman had to have surgery on her arm. A lot of people got shot by rubber bullets and shot by water cannons. Jill was there. And what happened there was nothing short of absolute authoritarian fascism. Ferguson happened under Obama and Biden. Standing Rock happened under Obama and Biden. Baltimore happened under Obama and Biden. And we have this history of erasing or reimagining what took place in certain times whenever there was a pretty face to hide what was going on. Even FDR, there's a lot of revisionist history there. What was not discussed in that history lesson that a lot of people should know about, because basically what took place was a coup, was that Henry Wallace was the VP for 3 terms before that. And for the only time in history, he was miraculously replaced with the worst possible person. And of course, we know that one of the Dulles brothers ended up fashioning all of his policies. We got the CIA and the atomic bombs under Truman. It wasn't a coincidence. We tried to push the Democratic Party left then, and it led to them going further right. We're trying to push the Democratic Party, quote unquote, left now. And it seems like it's getting further right. And even with FDR's New Deal led the way for some of the worst policies regarding the Black community that we are still dealing with today. The last case of redlining, a Jim Crow law, was adjudicated in 2015. 2015, Jim Crow. 93% of all property of all education is paid for through property taxes right now. All of these, the New Deal, I know it gets a lot of love by progressives, but like I cannot be more clear. The New Deal damned the Black community. We didn't qualify for bank loans anymore. We were getting denied business loans. We know that they use the jurisdiction in the regions of redlining to then send police into our neighborhoods, and they knew exactly who they were going after because we were all basically concentrated into one area. There's a romanticization of reality that, like, I was jumped. This was not even 2 years ago in a Burger King in Brickell in Miami because I was like, the cops were calling somebody else, but I was the only Black person in the establishment. Oh, excuse me. I was the only other Black person in the establishment. The only other Black person was actually my friend who got arrested for asking the cops to stop pulling out their guns on me. And then they kidnapped me, trapped me in a hospital so I couldn't leave. Then after they dislocated my rotator cuff, tore my rotator cuff and dislocated my shoulder, then they had the hospital erase all the files so it looked like I was never there. This is what we are dealing with now. It's what we dealt with under Obama. It's what we dealt with under Bush, Reagan, et cetera, et cetera. And I think that it's very important for us to remember that just because the news covers things differently, depending on which party may be governing at the time, that there are people who are suffering every single day. And the only difference is if it gets covered based off of whatever narrative benefits the mainstream media or the occupying party at the time. And I think that what we're seeing right now in Michigan, it speaks directly to that. Flint right now is looking like it's going red.
Nico,
Michigan
I'd like to bring in Jill just to comment quickly
Go ahead.
on a question for both of you to respond to. Do you think that the Democratic Party really even wants to win this election? I mean, they've nominated, in the wake of the George Floyd incident and the unrest that's followed, they've nominated somebody who, you know, basically pushed the 94 crime bill, has this horrendous history with VP Kamala Harris, who has a horrendous history as a corrupt prosecutor. What does this say about their real desire to win against Trump? And Jill, if you want to answer that, and Nico as well.
And first, I just want to thank Nico for everything you just said. And my only regret is that Peter didn't hear that. You know, he really needed to hear that. And I just think that it's really important for that point of view coming from the reality of an African-American man and what life really is like, in this era of Obama or back in the era of Obama. And, as much as I have enormous respect for Peter and where he's coming from, I think it's really important for people to hear it, firsthand, what this reality is like, because the respect that some people in Peter's generation have for the Democratic establishment, it needs to be challenged. It really needs to be challenged. And I hope maybe Peter we can prevail on him to listen to this recording and let him hear your perspective on what he had to say. Because my feeling when he was talking about being depressed was, I grew up in a pretty privileged white suburb of Chicago, and I had my rude awakening actually in high school. I went on this so-called experiment in international living, which was like a summer abroad, and there were some socialists in my group, and they just totally destroyed my vision of what the world was like. And we were going to socialist Sweden at the time as well. And so I kind of like lost those illusions back then. And, you know, it's really good to lose your illusions and the things that you get protected with when you come from privileged positions. And being white and middle class and well educated and in a, you know, in the academic world, like in the medical world, people get so insulated. And to your question, Elizabeth, you know, what's going on here with the Democrats? That's who they are. You know, they are people of privilege who have not had that privilege reality tested. You know, they've been able to surround themselves in their illusions and feel good about their very limited you know, vision of how the world should be. And, you know, they got the blinders on because they can. And so that's my feeling about why the Democrats are where they are. It's not like that they don't want to win. It's just that they're so out of touch. They're incredibly out of touch. And the more we become a society of these incredible disparities of wealth, the more the power structure gets you know, deranged. They're just deranged, and they don't have a reality check on them, and they're doing their thing because they can. They have enough power and privilege in the Democratic Party and being the economic elite who you know, who fund them and who represent them, who are them, and they are only, you know, embracing, you know, the Republican suburbs. That's how the Democratic Party is growing now, and that's what their whole victory, you know, strategy was supposed to be about. So I think they're just like out of touch. I don't think they are capable of winning. I don't think they're capable of reality testing themselves or their strategy. Nico, what do you think?
I 100% agree. I mean, at the DNC fraud lawsuit hearing out here in Miami, Bruce Beavis said that they can select whoever they want to, and we just need to live with it. And at that point, you would think that would be a rallying moment for independents and progressives, and even some progressives within the Democratic Party, to say, okay, since they are telling us this in a court of law, we need to internalize that and let, you know, the people to show you who they are, like believe who they are. And instead of that, the people who brought attention to this were smeared. We were attacked. Organizations like, you know, TYT and other what I call neo-progressive organizations decided that that was the moment that they were going to fully ingratiate themselves to the Democratic Party by not calling attention to the corruption that took place. And now they're reaping what they sowed. They allowed the Democratic Party over and over and over again, despite all the history we have of the Democrat. I mean, the only reason that Bill Clinton got elected was because the DLC was created by the Koch brothers, and they thought, hey, you know what we can do? We can get elected by being more right wing than George Bush. That's what we got to do, and that's how they got elected. And then, of course, what did they get? They ended up getting someone who's more right wing than Bill Clinton. And then, you know, I wouldn't say that Obama was more right wing than George W. Bush, but let's be honest, he expanded the drone policy. He added us to 5 new wars, and he did all of it while everybody cheered him on, seemingly the entire time. And despite like every single indication that we've been given by the Democratic Party, that, I mean, you know, for better or for worse, people were screaming, defund the police. And they said, you know what? How about this? We're going to meet you in the middle here. How about we nominate a cop and also give the police $300 million more? Is that cool? I think that's a fair compromise. Like, that's what they decided was the answer there. They see all this pain and suffering going on. They can't even avoid it at this point. The protests are everywhere, which is one of the very few benefits of Trump, right? It's the ugly neo-fascism that people can't ignore because, well, the mainstream media won't allow you to ignore it, one. But two, because Trump is just that's who he is. That he makes everything a scene, whereas Obama was a smooth operator. And to be honest, at least I know I can challenge and stand up to Trump without being attacked for. I know that he said that we're going to be arrested. And listen, I've done more independent journalism under Trump without fear of being arrested than and by the way, and I've never been vote shamed by Trump. I voted third party again this election. Never once been vote shamed by a Trump supporter. You know, they'll say, oh, I wish we were voting for Trump, but hey, at least you're honest and we appreciate you being genuine. That's what I get. God forbid I say I'm voting for like Lauria or any third party person to a Democrat. then it's how dare you? You must be silenced. Don't ever let anyone know that there are third parties that exist in this country. And that alone should be like a red flag for most people, that there is someone attempting to control the entire narrative of what this election could and should look like, when we know that Bernie won the primary. But all it took was for him to even pretend as if he was going to challenge the legitimacy of those results. That's even pretend. But he was never going to do that. And the Democrats do that, and they took advantage of it the entire time. And so I just truly wish that people could wake up to the realities of the Democratic Party. Malcolm X talked about the people who probably majority run the Democratic Party, which would be the white liberal, and talking about how dangerous they are, because like the Republican Party may be the wolves, but the Democratic Party and the white liberal are like, they're the wolf, but they wear sheep's clothing and you can't see their teeth, right? You can't see their teeth, but with the Republican Party, it's easy to point them out because it's very cut and dry, black and white. They're very obnoxious about how they go about their business. But when we're talking about just, for example, the Iran deal, I don't know why everybody's such in a rush to jump back into the Iran deal, because all it's done is put something on paper so that the United States could actually just justify the illegal sanctions they put on Iran. They gave, like, the moment that Iran was about to become the leading exporter of oil around the world, we just randomly slapped on sanctions because they launched a satellite into the air, and we justified it through the Iran deal. That Iran deal was never anything other than a piece of paper used to justify illegitimate sanctions. And I know some people are like, well, what about Soleimani? And I understand that. Like, that's a very serious issue that I actually, of course, this is all speculative, but I don't think that Trump had anything to do with that. I think he woke up in the morning and tried to justify Bolton and Mattis's and all the other people's bullshit. And I knew, because when Trump doesn't know what he's talking about and had nothing to do with it, he pretends like he knows way too much about it. And it's clear that he's never done that much research or anything ever. And all of a sudden he was an expert on Iran and Soleimani. That was pretty much my indicator that, oh, this was Bolton and this was Pompeo who made a decision behind your back. And now you're trying to clean up so you don't look like you don't have control over your house. And no matter who wins, that's what's going to happen.
The Iran nuclear deal actually lifted sanctions against Iran, both U.S. and UN sanctions. Trump, by getting out of that deal, has reimposed U.S. sanctions. The UN sanctions remain because they couldn't get the vote on the Security Council. And you might be right. Trump might have been out to lunch when that happened, but he's the president. He's supposed to stop Bolton. And
he should be stopping. He should be stopping. He needs to be held accountable. I think he should have been impeached the moment somebody got assassinated.
Yeah, I just wanted to point that out. But anyway, well, you had something to say about Virginia, Nico, about the vote there. What's going on there?
So Trump was leading in Virginia by about 20 points. And they're only about maybe 3,900,000 people voted in 2016. Now, they declared Joe Biden the victor in Virginia out the gate, despite the fact that, Trump was just destroying him. Now, fast forward, we're now at about, 64% reporting. And now it's saying that actually Joe Biden is at 48%, where 50% and Trump's at 50%. Trump has 1.5 million votes, and then Joe Biden has 1.4 million. But it's interesting to see that they declared Biden the victor so early, because in my opinion, based off of the maps and a lot of the cities that previously went to Hillary went to Trump, which was kind of surprising. It's just weird how they declare victory so early. And I know that, absentee ballots and mail-in ballots and all that stuff plays a huge part in this particular area. But I just, once again, this goes back to what Joe was talking about. We really need to re-examine this election system so that people feel confident, because I don't feel confident, especially given that the votes all come from the DC establishment. That's what people are writing on. They're like, no, the DC establishment is going to vote against Trump and Biden's going to win. I'm like, that doesn't really give me confidence. So I think we need ranked choice voting. I really think we need to do open source blockchain software for accountability to see if there is some hacking that we can trace it back and hold people accountable and fix that hack and get accurate counts. But it's been interesting because even if Biden wins VA, it's not looking all that good for him. It is not looking all that good for him at all.
And what do you base that on? What numbers are you looking at right now that give you that sense?
the AP. I've only been looking at the AP specifically because I don't want to get kicked off of YouTube quite yet. And they made it very clear that the AP is going to be their standard. And one of my team members just got kicked off of YouTube for using another, like, whatever, like just covering a random story, say, oh, we don't like this article, therefore you're banned for a week. So, but we'll see how it turns out. I'm not necessarily relying on AP's reporting, but I do think that there's something to be said for there should never be a scenario where somebody's ahead by 20 points for the majority of the race, and then people are just counting like, oh yeah, we know it's going to flip. In a number, in like the districts and how they're mapping out aren't really adding up at all. Like, I don't know where the votes are coming from. And people just say, oh, it's mail-in. So somebody literally just woke up like doubled, like he doubled his numbers basically. If he beats Trump, he's going to have to double his numbers and come back from a 20-point deficit. That is absolutely that's obscene and unheard of in a situation where most of the state isn't voting for you, seemingly outside of one or two districts.
Absolutely. And it seems, go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I was just going to say Virginia is definitely now in Biden's column. And the New York Times has a story here 6 minutes ago that says why the AP called Virginia for Biden when early results showed him behind Trump. But I clicked on it and I can't find it. If I do, I'll read that. But I don't think that this is an issue anymore. With 75% of the vote counted, Biden has 52.4% of the vote and Trump 45.9%. Clearly, the northeast part of Virginia is Democratic territory, and that's where most of the population of Virginia is. The rest of the state, Trump. It's quite a divide there between the northeast Virginia, which really belongs to the Washington area. So I think that's not going to be an issue. The issues seem to be Michigan, where 16 electoral votes, 48% counted. Trump's leading there 54-43. Wisconsin, Trump is now leading 51-46. That's 10 electoral votes. Pennsylvania is in Trump's column.
That one caught me off guard.
42.
Was not thinking. I did not think that Pennsylvania would go to Trump. I thought that it was a chance that it could, but I thought it was going to be very close.
It hasn't yet, but with 50% counted, he has a 56.5 to 42.1%. But that might also be that the urban areas, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, etc., haven't been counted yet. Michigan is in Donald Trump's camp. So what I'm 54-43. The major Rust Belt states, swing states, are in Trump's lead right now. He leads in Texas by 52.2 to 46.4. If these numbers hold, and it looks like he's going to get Florida, they haven't called it yet, the New York Times.
He'll get Florida.
96% reported, 51.2 for Trump. Biden 47. Biden, as CNN was reporting earlier, if Biden could win Florida, he had a pretty easy run. It looks like he's not going to win Florida. They haven't called it yet. And he's leading in these Rust Belt states. So there is a path for Trump, even though he's right now trailing 209 to 118. We got a nail biter. And don't forget, Pennsylvania is allowing 3 more days past today to postmark your ballots. So this could end, like many people decided, or not decided, but forecast, without a clear winner and a lot more days of counting. And that becomes dangerous territory. Nico, what do you think about what's going on the streets in terms of what kind of a violent reaction we might have? And what would be the consequence of not having a clear winner tonight in terms of how the street might react? The American street. People talk about the Arab street and other countries in elections, having in Kenya a few years ago violence. And here we are in the U.S. talking about violence of an election. What do you
well, I mean, we do have something in common with a lot of those countries who are on the streets because in violent because of the elections. The forces that influence their elections are also the forces that influence ours. So it wouldn't be all that surprising. But Pennsylvania's situation is just kind of like, I knew that it would come down to either Ohio or Pennsylvania in the end. And who knows? It still might, Joe Biden could challenge for whatever reason if Trump wins, and then it just goes to the Supreme Court, et cetera, et cetera. But I mean, at the end of the day, the Transitional Integrity Project and the Democratic establishment has made it pretty clear that if it looks like Trump barely won, that they were going to have people out in the streets. They were not going to accept those results, and it didn't matter. Actually, they said it didn't matter if he won by a small margin or a large margin, that they were going to try and make sure that Trump did not get inaugurated on January 21st. Now, I think that it's much harder for that to come into play when you lose Ohio and then Michigan and Wisconsin and Texas and like now and it looks like he's about to lose like Iowa. He's making a comeback in Iowa as well, and North Carolina. And a lot of these were very, very winnable states for Joe Biden, in my opinion. Especially North Carolina. North Carolina and Virginia are they're very similar when it comes to the demographics, and the establishment tends to do very well there. Now, do I think people will be in the streets this evening? Maybe not. It depends on how Pennsylvania goes. But over the next 2 to 3 days, depending largely on how things are being reported, how the issues are being handled, if there are court orders that come out, I think then we could start to see potentially some major protests. I don't think that Trump's people are going to be on the streets tonight. I think they're kind of like, told you. But the Democratic Party, they were out there because Amy Coney Barrett got nominated. I mean, in a very fair process, if I'm being honest. Not that I like the women, but what they did was very fair, and it's not like they did used any underhanded tactics. And maybe the Democrats shouldn't cheat people who could actually get justices nominated next time. And so I'm very interested to see how Pennsylvania turns out, because that is if Trump wins, because let's be honest, right? Trump has not been a good president. He's not been a good president. He's been pretty bad. And basically what they're saying is, yeah, but excuse my language, fuck the Democratic establishment. Like Trump could be a bad president and still fuck you guys, because we are union states, we're working class states, we're the Rust Belt. We gave you everything, and y'all use that to screw us for the rest of eternity with these trade deals.
North Carolina is 95% counted, and Trump has about an 80,000 vote lead, which is so it's too close to call, as Florida is. I think we're going to end this segment now. Jill, you have a final word, and we really thank you for joining us. And you can come back and you stay for the next one, stay as long as you want. But I just wanted to know if you had a word now for the end of this segment.
My sense was that the call was to be out in the street if there was evidence of vote tampering, or to call for every vote to be counted. That it's hard to say, get out in the streets if our guy isn't winning. We were very critical of Trump for putting forward that opinion. And my impression was that on the Biden side, it was more like get out in the streets if they are interfering with the vote. And clearly they did a huge amount of, voter disenfranchisement for the last many years. That's for sure. The Republicans have been purging the voter rolls for quite some time. The Democrats do it too. But, not as much as the Republicans, that's for sure. But in terms of like this election, we didn't see militias intimidating people or showing up at the polls with guns, at least not that I heard of. There were occasional, unusual reports, like in Texas, where some, pickup trucks tried to
Texas
Biden thing off the road. But it's not like there was, at least from what I've heard, I haven't seen reports in mainstream media or in the alternative media of, voter suppression going on, or of tossing of the ballot. And, the courts seem to be making fairly okay decisions, allowing some 127,000 votes that Republicans were trying to discount in Texas. The courts decided that those would be counted, so it's not like the court decisions have been off the charts and would warrant people getting out and saying, the vote is being tampered with. You've got to count these votes. We don't have evidence of that, at least not that I've heard. So it seems like it would be very hard to call, the Biden folks to get out into the street just because their guy didn't win. If the process seems legitimate, that's not to say that there won't be recounts or that other votes aren't going to be challenged, but we don't have that yet. I don't really hear the basis for a call to arms right now out in the streets.
Can I just say,
what's that?
Can I just say, like, what's once again bizarre to me is that when we saw some of the findings in your lawsuit after 2016's ridiculous election, once again, there was no call to arms. In fact, and Hillary was even saying, "Oh, I feel like I was cheated," and then you gave her an out. Okay, fine, let's investigate. Let's take this to court. And once the I mean, some of the like, stuff we're seeing in Milwaukee, Wayne County, in Pennsylvania that actually led to tangible results. Nobody like got out of their seats. Nobody even wanted to cover it really. And what are you fighting for if not for that? Other than what you just said, our guy didn't win. And if that's the only thing that the Democrats or Republicans plan on hitching their wagon to, well, then I feel like you're going to be disappointed, because at the end of the day, people are more concerned, in my opinion, with the system. And unless there is a unified movement behind challenging that system, whenever cases like the DNC fraud lawsuit, like your lawsuit, and others arise, I think that we're just going to be in this perpetual cycle of, oh, let's pretend like the Democratic Party and the Republican Party actually aren't the same party. And they're not going to, we're just going to keep seeing, once again, I think there's going to be a worse Trump if Biden wins. That's a real reality that we would have to worry about.
I basically agree. I feel like, we live in, to use a Chris Hedges metaphor, we live in a dying empire, and it is extremely corrupted beyond belief in pretty much every dimension of this society. And it does not seem to be capable of reforming itself or doing the right thing or permitting the right thing to happen. It wasn't just that the press wouldn't cover us. They were hell-bent on smearing us, as Russian agents. And, the recount itself was accused of being a Russian plot. And the Senate investigation was not only of me, it was also of the recount as a tool of Russian disinformation.
Wow.
It's like staggering how crazy, irrational, laughable. I mean, it would be laughable if it wasn't so incredibly serious. But it's really an empire that's sort of beyond salvaging, and because people are so preoccupied just trying to survive, and find a job and food and survive COVID, it seems, and even before COVID, it's just been beyond people to mobilize around higher order things, which is why, to my mind, we don't really solve any of these issues isolated, nuclear weapons or voting integrity. They really can't move forward by themselves. They really have to be part of a much broader agenda for justice. And at the end of the day, that's what's going to get people out into the streets, and for good reason. And they're getting out into the streets anyhow, for that stuff. And we've got to kind of coordinate our agenda and our vision, and then our strategies. But I think that's doable, and that's really where our focus has to be. We got to think big here, because we can't nickel and dime ourselves out of this existential crisis that we're in.
Really depressing news here. If you're a Democrat supporter, Florida, with 96% counted, Trump leads by 3 points. These are all the swing states. North Carolina, 95% counted, Trump leads by 1.4. Ohio, 89% counted, Trump leads by 8 points. Texas, 88% counted, Trump leads by 6 points. Iowa, he leads by 6 with 81%. Georgia, Trump is leading by 9 points with 78% counted. Arizona, Biden is leading by 9 with 76%. And Minnesota, 11-point lead, 63%. But in Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Nevada, Trump has leads from 5, 14, 10, and even 60% in Nevada. I mean, he's leading in all the swing states right now. Of course, this could change.
I guess the unanswerable question is, how much do mail-in and early ballots change that picture? We just don't know. You can't answer that question yet.
Wisconsin just said that there's a court ruling that said that any mail-in ballots that were sent in that didn't arrive today, they're not being counted. There was a ruling there. So that is going to kill like 200,000, 300,000 votes. Yeah, it's a big ruling. It happened today, actually. But yeah, it's not looking good. That's all I got to say. Like,
Jill, let me ask you this. Apparently 100 million people voted already before today, either in person early voting or by mail. And it looks like we're on track for one of the biggest turnouts in maybe a century or so. What does that tell you? What do you take from that?
it's interesting because I feel like my take on turnout, like just logistically speaking, usually if the turnout's high, Democrats win. Usually, now the problem is election fraud has become so rampant that like a lot of people rightfully don't have the confidence in a high turnout without high verification, and so
election fraud or election suppression.
no,
Voter
I mean
suppression or voter
election fraud, not like voter fraud, like election fraud. Like, so basically, for example, in California, my team like tracks mail-in ballots, and the reason why is because those are usually grouped together with what's the provisional ballots, which by definition are not counted the night of. And so what happened when we tried to track the ballots to, through the chain of custody, when they got to a location, and we talked to the people, like, okay, where are these going next? It's, oh, we don't know. And they had zero idea what was happening with those ballots. They didn't know who was responsible for them. Okay, well, what if they don't go to the right place? Who's held accountable? Oh, we don't know. Like, there's an issue that is gone largely unaddressed with mail-in ballots, and it became very politicized because it's something that Trump actually mentioned, but he called it voter fraud and was insinuating that it's the people who are using the mail-in ballots to disadvantage Republicans. But it's actually election fraud, and it's usually coordinated directly by the party. Absentee ballots, for example, another example, in New York with the DA race, Tiffany Caban, she won the DA race in Queens, like obliterated everybody. What went to sleep one night, woke up the next day, said, "Oh, by the way, we haven't counted absentee ballots that were mailed in," and she was beat. And there was a bunch of people in the race, and all the absentee ballots coincidentally went to the Democratic establishment's choice, despite the race not being exclusively between them, nor did they get all the votes. But that was the only way they could beat Tiffany Caban. And so this is a reoccurring theme where we've seen absentee ballots overwhelmingly favor a candidate that just doesn't really have, it doesn't get that many people excited to vote for them. And it's overwhelmingly favored Democrats, and that could be for a number of reasons. But I would say that it's primarily because whoever counts the votes, that's the most important factor when it comes to until we get, once again, ranked choice voting, hand counted paper ballots, and in my opinion, open source blockchain software to hold people accountable if there was some rigging or tampering. But and who's been held accountable for election fraud in this country? I think the last case was the ballot harvesting case in North Carolina that happened this year when the Republicans were ballot harvesting against the Democrats. So I just think that we just have to be careful with phrases like, oh, it's high voter turnout or low voter turnout, because we know that Democrats and Republicans purge people from the voter rolls. So is there a really low turnout, or is it something else we need to be looking into? I think that we should verify, once again, just verify before we make any grandiose claims about whether it's high turnout or low voter turnout, and more so be looking at, well, is this consistent? What changed? Let's verify, then re-verify. And if that's cool, then we can talk about the results. But I mean, as far as I'm concerned, most of the results around the country, they could be challenged to some significant degree. And once again, Jill's 2016 lawsuit proved that.
In some ways, yeah. I mean, in other ways, it was just shut down, because the system does not want to be held accountable. And, that was kind of our overwhelming conclusion at the time, was that all these roadblocks were thrown up: administrative, financial. In Wisconsin, the initial filing fee was like $1 million. And then 2 days later, they raised it to like $2.5 or $3 million. And then the court cases were extremely politicized. And we would just get all these decisions from political judges to just shut it down. And, we did wind up getting 2 very good court victories that, have been really important. But they are, there are many links in the chain of having elections that we can trust. And chain of custody, to know where the votes are coming from, where they go, and how do they get counted, is not very well set up, or at least, you know, it's not an issue that gets very much discussed, the issue of chain of custody. And the whole thing of mail-in ballots is really new. I mean, there are some like 6 or 7 states that have been using it for quite a while, but it hasn't been used in many states. It's completely new, and it really hasn't been examined, at least not that I know of. I haven't been so closely involved in the issue for the last, you know, some months. But, you know, these are legitimate issues. Voting integrity is complicated. There are many pieces to it, and the public is constantly having their attention drawn from one thing to another. And voter suppression is usually what kind of compels our public attention, because it's got a human face to it. The stuff that doesn't have a human face is really hard for people to pay attention to, because it gets to be very geeky and just very hard to give it sustained attention. But that was kind of my conclusion coming away from this whole thing, is that we need a long-term nonpartisan citizens commission for voting justice and election integrity that can integrate this stuff together. But that's another story. Your question, Joe, about 100 million, you know, mailed in or early voting. And I think Nico's point is actually, you know, true. We know that's how many ballots were pulled, but we don't know how many were counted. So we still have to see and you know, find out, did the ballots show up? What does that mean if 100 million people voted? You know, one of the things it means, I think, is that people are really, you know, kind of mobilized right now. That doesn't necessarily mean that we've had a good discussion or that the choices make a lot of sense. You know, we didn't have real debates. We didn't have inclusive debates. Alternative candidates were shut down. So because a lot of people turned out, it's not like an affirmation of the system. It's kind of, more than anything, it's an affirmation of how distraught and dissatisfied people are. You know, that's good that they're voting than that they're not voting, but it'd be much better if they were voting in a system where they actually had meaningful choices. And, you know, and they don't have that. And that's what we got to work for.
I agree. And I believe that we're going to end this segment, have a quick break, and be right back very soon. Nico says he was very thankful to come on and enjoyed speaking with us all, and he had to go. So, Kathy, whenever you're ready, I believe.
Let me ask Jill one other question about maybe this shows that mail-ins voting, which was not very widespread, was a thing of the future. Maybe that's what made it so much easier for people to vote. The pandemic, in a sense, brought a bigger turnout because of the mail-in and early voting and polling sites. You know, most countries have a holiday; they do it on Sunday or as a day off. In the U.S., it's on a working day.
And look at this. You know, it's like our turnout is going to be something like, I saw the number, it's somewhere around 62%, I think, which is still pretty low. You know, I mean, there are third world countries that, you know, like Bolivia just had like a 90% turnout, something on that order. You know, that's where the bar should be, because even if it was 62%, that's a hell of a lot of people who didn't vote.
Yes.
You know,
in some countries it's illegal not. You have to vote by law. Australia being one of them. But of course, traditionally the Democrats want to turn out and the Republicans don't. As I think Nico said, it's funny if Trump wins this election with this turnout, what would that tell you? I mean, it's.
Well, you know, I think what people keep losing sight of is that it's not. People have reasons for embracing Trump. In 2016, they were not for Trump; they were against Hillary. Right. And, you know, which kind of says, I think, where people are coming from. There's enormous resentment against the neoliberal elite. Enormous. And, you know, and then that sort of gets attached to Trump because he, you know, he just, you know, he defies them and he ridicules them. So people who are really very hard up and very just really down in the dumps and incredibly economically secure, they get attached. That's what demagoguery is about. And that's why demagoguery flourishes in times of economic, crisis. So that's what we've got. It's not like Trump is such an endearing person, but to me, it reflects how pissed off people are at the neoliberal elite,
And
which
again,
the Democrats represent. So I kind of really understand where that's coming from. I don't find it flabbergasting at all.
again, as in 2016, those pissed off people seem to look to Trump. Now, he was an unknown quantity, really, as a politician anyway, in 2016. And that election was against Clinton rather
That's
than
right.
Trump.
Yeah.
As this one, it seemed would be against Trump and not for Biden. But now we know about Trump after 4 years. We've seen that many of the promises and the rubbish he told workers is just not true. Doesn't have their interest in mind. He hasn't brought back that many jobs from overseas. He gave tax breaks to the rich, etc. He didn't end the perpetual wars that devastate the working class communities more than anybody else. Haven't they not seen through that? How could pissed off people, which maybe we have more than last time, still go for Trump? It must be because the Democrats didn't offer an alternative, right?
That's right. And also, the Republicans had a ground game and the Democrats did not. So, there are a lot of reasons why the Democrats' campaign was, sort of, it was a corporate campaign, and it was sort of conjured up. It was kind of engineered. There was no real love for Biden. They had the wrong guy and representing the wrong principles and the wrong history. And, he couldn't compete with Trump. Bernie Sanders could have competed with Trump. So it's not like people are that brain dead. It's just, in a way they get it that the Democrats were not for them. And it's not like they love Trump, but I think they love Trump compared to Biden. That may be the moral of the story here. You can't put up an apologist for, or an advocate, a lobbyist really for the banking and credit card industry and think, in the insurance industry and pretend that he's your guy. It's not that Trump's biography is compelling, but compared to sort of the corporate toxicity of the Biden biography, he may have seemed like, your guy.
Well, at the very least, he didn't have a history in politics. I think for a lot of people, that on its own was enough. When you especially, as you just said, Jill, when you compared it with Biden's very long history in politics and the things that he's been a part of, that doesn't mean that Trump is doing at all, like as Joe said, anything that he said he would do or anything like that. But I think a lot of people still see him as a political outsider. And I think compared to Biden, that is appealing to some people.
Yeah, and he's had the power of the presidency for 4 years to kind of perpetrate his mythology. And it may just take longer, but that's my impression of neo-fascism, is that it's demagoguery that feeds off of the desperation of people who are not thinking clearly. Which,
I agree.
Sanders always used to say the only way we're going to fix this is through an agenda of radical economic justice.
Absolutely. And then on the other hand, you have people not thinking rationally who are then fooled by Russiagate. So it seems to be happening on both sides of the political spectrum in a big way.
Yeah. Right.
Jill, if Biden loses this election, what will the Democratic Party wake up and realize they need to get a more progressive candidate? Will they finally wake up?
They should. I can't see that they will. I mean, they should have woken up in 2016, They've been through this before. And what did they do? They invented Russiagate. And they demonized, Greens and Bernie Sanders even, and then Tulsi Gabbard. And they're just in too deep. I don't think they are redeemable or educatable or anything like that. I think they're kind of beyond repair.
And why is that? Is it purely their own personal self-interest and class interests that a guy like Sanders of that kind of movement would be a threat to them, their own personal bottom line, people in the party at the top?
You know, power will not reform itself. You know, it takes a democratic system to reform power, and we don't have a democratic system. There is no democratic, small d democratic accountability within our political parties. And the more extreme wealth disparities become, the more powerful the economic elite is. So I don't see this fixing itself. You know, I think it's going to take people out in the street, like in Bolivia and like in Chile. You know, fascism doesn't end itself. You know, and neoliberalism is just going to give us more fascism. I just don't see it changing. Power, what's the saying? Power corrupts, and you know, all power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. And when you have so much economic disparities, you know, you have a very powerful, small, insulated class. You know, there's an anthropologist in California. I think he's based at Stanford. He wrote Guns, Germs, and Steel. I'm forgetting his name.
Right.
What do you?
I read the book, but I can't remember his name either.
Yeah, yeah. But you know, he has a whole book about elites through history, societies that have self-destructed. And why do they self-destruct? Because they get an elite ruling class that is not capable of reality checking. And so they go over the cliff and the whole society goes down. And this has happened over and over again, you know, throughout human history. So it's not unique to our time, but, you know, we have the advantage of being able to, you know, sort of look back at history in a way that people haven't been able to before, and to, you know, respond to a moment of absolute existential crisis. You know, we don't have an option to go forward. Our only option is really transformational change now. And I think there are enough.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
The option of reading Jared Diamond's book, in which he explains.
Jared Diamond, yes, yes.
Jared Diamond.
Yeah, exactly. And I think there are enough, you know, major demographics right now that are really mobilized between the student climate strike and Extinction Rebellion and the anti-police brutality movement. You know, labor is rising up as well. I think there's a whole lot of uprising that could be coordinated to really get to critical mass. It's the only, you know, it's the only way I can see going forward.
So you disagree then, obviously, with Ellsberg and probably with Peter about being able to still work within the party to change it. You know, Dan,
You know,
right, that you can't expect to win this kind of thing without resistance.
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean, where is one example of that having worked? You know, I mean, Peter's invoking history from the 1960s, you know, but what happened in the 60s, you know, the effort to reform the Democratic Party failed. It completely failed. You know, how much of that was, you know, just sort of unique, like the assassination of Kennedy and stuff like that. You know, it's hard to account for things like that. But, you know, Henry Wallace wasn't defeated by accident, you know. He wasn't. We didn't get Truman by accident either. It would have been nice had that been avoidable, but it wasn't avoidable then, and it hasn't been avoidable through the, you know, in the 80 years that has followed. We've had a very consistent stranglehold by the economic elite and the military industrial complex in the Democratic Party.
You, Peter made the point that the individual man, maybe someday woman, who holds the office makes a difference. For example, Humphrey, if he had won, he thinks several million Vietnamese would still be alive. He would have ended the war earlier. Not sure about that, but Gore, I think, probably would not have invaded Iraq, but we'll never know. But in this case, Biden, and he does receive deserve credit if he would want to go back to the START or extend the START treaty and work on nuclear treaties. That's great, but he's such a warmonger. I'm sorry, his record on the invasion of Iraq, he was a leading proponent of that. He made speeches basically calling for preemptive war, although he's saying it wasn't. It was certainly against the UN Charter, that invasion, and he was out in front of that. And he is no less aggressive now. So I don't think that works. It may have worked for Humphrey, it may have worked for Gore. I don't think it works for Biden.
Yeah, I mean, and I recall, if I'm not mistaken, Gore supported the war in Iraq.
The invasion of 2003, after it happened, I think he came on board. He appeared on a talk show, and he did say he would not. He would have just continued the sanctions. But who knows? We never know. He may have been the same people who pressure presidents, that same establishment, the Pentagon, defense contractors, intelligence agencies. We know how much power they've got in our system, hidden behind the headlines where all the focus is on the politicians. Who knows how Gore would have responded to that pressure?
Yes, and while people really matter, the people who could have, I mean, there are so many people who could have done the right thing who've been systematically eliminated. You know, and I don't just mean assassinated like, you know, like Fred Hampton or John Kennedy, but people, you know, Dennis Kucinich or Jesse Jackson, you know, Bernie Sanders. We've had a lot of people in recent decades who would have done the right thing, but, you know, advocates for peace are basically systematically shut down. You know, Tulsi Gabbard couldn't get out of the gate, you know, out of the starting gate. And after a while, it seems like it's really not going to happen. This wish that somehow the good people could get past the gatekeepers in the Democratic Party. They are systematically shut down and prevented from going there. So, you know, and Bernie Sanders really, he had a incredible campaign this time around, and he really did. He was strategically pretty right on. So how could it get better than that? You know, so maybe, you know, Peter's saying, oh, well, we just have to get the nuclear treaties. Well, the nuclear treaties, if Biden were to win, the nuclear treaties are not going to keep him in power if he would even go there. They're not going to keep him in power. So, you know, we'll just be breeding the next generation of Trump with the neoliberals in office. I'm sorry to say. So.
And it doesn't eliminate nuclear weapons. It just reduces them, the numbers. And Peter pointed out we could still be killed many times over with that reduced number. You know, you said if the Democrats won, they wouldn't wake up, they wouldn't change. But they have to realize at some point, if they want to get back to power, that they're going to have to accommodate this progressive wing of the party. And it seems to me that in every primary, when the progressive was both times Sanders, there's enormous leverage that Sanders had. He could say, you have to make this commitment, and then I'll turn the voters over to you. And he never really got those commitments, did he? So it's really a matter of not using that leverage. They're going to have to come and realize we can't beat the Republicans without this progressive. We can't ignore the progressives anymore.
But what they say is that if we don't have this, you know, Republican light agenda, we're going to lose our funders. So then we can't fight this battle. I mean, that's what they say. Yeah. And that justifies that they only move further to the right. I mean, they're likely to say that Biden lost because, you know, because he was characterized as a socialist, you know, and therefore we needed a more radical right agenda. And that's probably how they're going to come away from this.
Excuse me.
They are beyond repair.
Excuse me. If Trump's going to call Biden a socialist, you might as well have a socialist then. If they're going to call them a socialist, whether they are or not, you might as well have one.
If only they were capable of seeing that, but they're not, you know, because they're invested in this. You know, it's like what's his name? The guy who wrote The Jungle, who ran for governor. He was a socialist. Yeah, one of his sayings. Yeah, one of his sayings was that you can't teach a man something when his income depends on not knowing it.
Yes.
Where we are. You know, that's the problem, you know, that Jared Diamond also identified, that when you know, when the economic elite is beyond, you know, they have nothing to risk. They can't be touched. They're not going to give up. Change has to come from below. It's not going to come from above. The elite is not going to do it. So the Democrats are not going to give up their comfortable arrangements. They got a lot of money. They got Wall Street money this time around. And, they had all the money in the world. Biden did.
Well,
And
Bill, it turns out that Max Blumenthal is joining the conversation.
oh, that's
He's not
great.
here yet. Would you stick around to talk with Max a little bit?
Oh, sure. To talk with Max. I'd love to. Yeah.
All right. So it is now 12:33 a.m. on Wednesday, November 4th, in the East Coast of the U.S. And we still have. Let's see what the results are now. I'm trying to get that as we're waiting for Max to come in here. New York Times is reporting still 213 electoral votes for Biden, 145 for Trump. But Trump has now won Iowa and Ohio, according to the Times, two of the swing states, Ohio. And he leads Florida by 3 points, North Carolina by 1.4 with 95% of their vote in and 96% counted. Florida, he still leads in Texas with 90% by 6 points. In Georgia, with 81% counted by 7 points. Georgia, there was this talk that Biden might be able to win Georgia, but he's losing by 7 points with 81% counted. Arizona, Biden, and Minnesota, Biden are the only two states, key states, where he's leading right now. In Wisconsin, Trump by 5 with 70% counted. In Pennsylvania, Trump by 15 points with 61% counted. Trump by 10 in Michigan with 54%. And he leads with 1% counted in Nevada. So, wow. I'll be honest with you. I thought Hillary was going to win last time 100%. I'm not one of these people who said, I predicted Trump was going to win. There was no way I thought Trump would win. And I still can't believe he won. I'll tell you, 4 years later, when I look at him. And this time around, I thought Biden would definitely win too. And he might, but I'm a little surprised by this. Jill, are you surprised? Are you expecting a tight election? What was your expectation?
I have to say I did not have firm expectations. Today with the polls going further in Biden's direction, I was beginning to think maybe Biden could pull it off. But he just was so lackluster. The whole campaign seemed so manufactured and fake that it was really hard to believe that you could fake it. You could fake your way, and Biden did such a terrible job in the primaries when he wasn't extremely managed. In his spontaneous interviews, he did so bad. It was very hard to believe that he could bring a compelling campaign to the finish line.
Yeah, well, back in November, the Democratic operatives who went on TV, and they're very disciplined, the Democrats. I really, it's almost chilling how disciplined they are to shut down anybody who has something different to say about their program. But these operatives went on TV in November and said, looks like Biden is losing it mentally, because they were hoping Harris or Buttigieg or somebody other centrist candidate would step up. And none of them did. So then they came upon that strategy, as you pointed out, that Obama shut down everybody except Elizabeth Warren, so she would continue to siphon some of Bernie's votes, and it worked. There's nothing illegal about what they did, but that's politics, right?
Yeah. I mean, if I was a Democratic voter, I would feel so manipulated by that. It's like the rigging of Hillary's victory. Sorry, my dog just needed some throat.
It's an open forum. Everyone's welcome, right?
Right. Yes. So now she's in my lap.
Yeah.
Here. There you go.
Oh. Yeah, it's getting to be the funny hour at 12:30 a.m.
Oh yeah, she usually gets a lot of strokes by now, and so she's being very good here. Yeah. So I feel like I'm beyond disappointment. I'm already burned out on the empire, and I have zero expectations from the empire. As far as I'm concerned, we'll be really lucky if we find a way out of here alive. You know, I'm an environmental scientist geek, and before I got political, I was, you know, very into toxic pollution and what it's doing to human health and how pervasive it is. And, you know, I just got sick of documenting our demise. I felt like I was becoming a stenographer for how humanity is poisoning itself permanently. And, you know, I kind of hit rock bottom around that stuff. So to me, activism is, it's a very hopeful thing, because if you know how bad things are, you know, you don't get disappointed anymore. And you know, it's like that song or that book, "Been Down So Long Seems Like Up to Me." Who wrote that? I forget. It was a kind of a book from the 60s, I think. But you know, to me, that's kind of my perspective, just grounded in a very dark reality of what we're actually facing. And I think a lot of young people see things that way. You know, they see how unbelievably cruel the world has been to them, and the political system that's just completely trashed them and thrown them under the bus. So I think there are a lot of people who are really they've thrown in the towel.
Jill, we're waiting for, I'm muted, right? No, Jill, we're waiting for Max to come in. Do you mind? We're going to play a clip from the show last week of
Great.
Rick Wolf. Do you mind hanging around until Max
Sure.
gets? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well,
Kathy, let's play that clip from Rick Wolf on Sunday about what's at stake in this election.
I am struck that neither,
Thanks, Jill.
going way back, gets anywhere near what the economically fundamental issues are that this country faces. And let me just give you a few examples. Capitalism as a system, the system we have, wherever it has settled over the last 350 years since the modern form evolved in England and spread from there around the world, capitalism has had a crash or a downturn or a recession or a depression. We have an endless vocabulary for this phenomena. Every 4 to 7 years, everywhere for 350 years. There is no sense to the argument that we weren't ready for or were somehow surprised by the economic downturn we're now going through, the second worst in capitalism's history. Of course, we should have been prepared. We know what these things are doing. Just to give you an example, in the first 20 years of this new century, 20 years, we've had three. The dot-com crisis in the spring of 2000, the subprime mortgage crisis in 2008, and now the COVID-19 crisis. Three crises, 20 years, bingo, right on schedule. We know. Was there preparation for it? Of course not. Did the Republicans and Democrats have a plan for what to do if the economy crashed? Of course not. We're actually reading newspapers, Wall Street Journal and many others, who are wondering whether this time we will escape it. Really? After 350 years of not managing to do that, we're really wondering whether this time we're going to? I'm not going to repeat the same argument about viruses, but they've been with us longer than capitalism has. Of course we are worried about viruses. Of course we have to be prepared for viruses. We had that horrible one back in 1918. We know very well what it can do. We had SARS and Ebola and MERS and all the others. We weren't prepared. These two political parties, this capitalist system, was shocked and unbelievably surprised that a virus came and an economic crash came. Well, you know, it's capitalism's worst nightmare They have tried for 350 years to overcome these periodic business cycles. They've tried everything because they know that if you, every few years, you throw millions of people out of work and you destroy businesses, you bankrupt cities and states and countries because they can't raise taxes, you're going to make people critical of the system. They've really tried everything. Let me say that again. They tried everything. What did they accomplish? Nothing. They don't know how to stop these crises. We're still at the mercy of these crises. Look what we're going through. That's a complete failure to do the most basic thing. And the nightmare is that you'd have an economic crisis coinciding in time and place with a public health crisis or a climate crisis. And then you're getting scary. Then you're getting into that dark, limitless possibilities framework that Chris and Jill have talked about. Any kind of real politics would have a political opportunity for people to say, this is a systemic problem. It's been that way for 300 years. We need a fundamental change. Instead, we have a political theater, a make-believe election in which the remarkable thing about the two major candidates is they have not one word to say about these fundamental economic problems. The two parties over the last 30 years have basically been on a project to undo the New Deal from the great, and by the way, the New Deal was the effort to deal with the last catastrophic breakdown of capitalism. So we had a New Deal. And the Republicans and Democrats have undone the New Deal. The Republicans faster than the Democrats. That's the Democrats' achievement. We do it more slowly. Takes a bit longer, but we will accomplish it. Is there a discussion about that? Not a word. Not a word. The two parties that did that don't criticize each other for doing it. At best, they criticize each other for doing it too fast or too slow. Or they moan about it. I find it stunning that you have a political debate, and I understand it raises some important issues. I'm not disputing that. But the key fundamental
Welcome back to CN Live's coverage of the 2020 U.S. presidential election. I'm Joe Lauria. I'm joined by Elizabeth Voss, my co-host, and we have Jill Stein still with us. Joe Biden just came out in Delaware, his home state, and spoke to a crowd of people that sound like they were in cars. It's because they were, rather than applauding, they were beeping their horns. And Joe said it ain't over until every ballot is counted. He said he's feeling good. He's confident of winning in Arizona and Minnesota. We're still in the game in Georgia. He's feeling good about Wisconsin. And he said we weren't expected to do well in Georgia, but of course he hasn't won yet in Georgia. And we're going to win in Pennsylvania, he vowed, saying it's going to take some time to count the votes, and we may know in the morning. And he's very optimistic, and he told his followers, keep the faith up. You're going to win this. We're going to win this. Now, around the same time, it seems Trump has spoken to his preferred medium of Twitter, and Elizabeth has that to give to us. Elizabeth.
Yes, 12 minutes ago, Trump tweeted, quote, "I will be making a statement tonight, a big win," with win in capital letters. He then tweeted again 8 minutes ago, which Twitter has basically labeled, has censored, saying it's disputed and maybe misleading. But nonetheless, Trump stated, "We are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed." So that's the latest from Trump's Twitter feed. And I assume that we will see him pretty soon make a statement live.
Jill, sounds like what we were worried about, that this is going to be contested. We're not going to learn tonight. And already Trump's talking about them stealing it.
For him to use those words that they're trying to steal the election by counting the votes is horrible and very inflammatory. And, this is like the worst case scenario right now, where there are votes that need to be counted, that are legitimate by every measure. And he's calling that, a voter fraud, or election fraud, basically. And this would be a way to call out the Proud Boys who were told to be, to stand by. This is what they've been standing by for. So this is like everybody's worst fears. And this would bring out, the troops into the streets. I mean, by that, I mean, the proponents of a fair election that counts all the votes. This is it. This is the scenario exactly that would bring people out to say, no, you've got to finish the counting. Trump is trying to shut it down. That's really outrageous. And yep, I mean, it sounds like people need to be out on the street tomorrow.
It doesn't seem like there's any other reason why he would say that, since he's not citing any evidence whatsoever of anybody stealing anything.
Right.
Well, yeah, it does lead to that worst case scenario, especially if there isn't a win in a clear direction to either candidate. I do think that leaves it up in the air for either side to claim, whether truthfully or not, that there's some level of interference. And I mean, Russiagate paved the way for this, by the way, I think. Russiagate really did start to bring scrutiny to our election process and integrity in a way that at the time was baseless, and now it's going to continue and blossom, and the Republicans are going to use it, the same type of rhetoric back and forth. It's not healthy.
It's extremely dangerous under the circumstances when you have these kind of warring factions and one side is armed to the teeth. Very scary.
I did have one question I wanted to ask, and I don't believe we've talked about it yet, and that is the degree to which the Hunter Biden email scandal may have impacted the results that we're seeing, or do you think even just the censorship of the story may have been more of an issue than the emails themselves, and have impacted the results that we're seeing now? Do you see any evidence of that?
I myself haven't. I mean, maybe I haven't been reading the right sources, but it seemed like the whole thing really flew under the radar, that the Democrats successfully suppressed the story. And then the media really isn't interested in talking about censorship because it mostly buys into it. So, it just feels like it's really low down there on the list of priorities for everyday people out there who are trying to figure out, how they're going to feed themselves. So I would be really shocked if that impacted the vote for Biden. There were so many other things that just weren't happening in his campaign. The energy was just like not there.
He had a hard time making this speech tonight. I think he said a wrong name of the winner of a race in Delaware, and I saw Jill leaning over to him to correct the first name. Surprising how well he did in the debates in that regard. I mean, Trump put it out there and he used these words, and they're crude, but he said you're going to get a shot in the ass in order to take part in the debate. The problem is what's going to happen after that. But this really is, Jill, you're talking about low energy. It's worse than low energy. He really, you're a doctor, but you can't say because you haven't examined him. But what he looks like, he has early signs of dementia. Is that going too far to say that?
The course of, the course towards dementia is extremely variable, and you can't say that somebody's going to have it. Now, let me say, I have not been, I'm not practicing medicine, and I'm not current on latest science in like the last 5 years or so on this, but it doesn't change that quickly. Unfortunately, this is not like a gold mine of, discoveries about dementia. But, when I last looked into this, dementia is, it's very hard to call, and people can wax and wane on their way. But to my observation, he definitely shows that waxing and waning. So he's not in a good place cognitively. And I think it's just obvious to anybody who compares his performance in his debate with Paul Ryan, years ago with his debate. Now he's not sharp, and he loses it. And he did some unbelievably inappropriate things in the course of the primary, where he would get into these arguments for no reason and kind of get aggressive and inappropriate with with his people who came with voters.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So his course is certainly consistent with a cognitive decline, but you can't say for sure. I mean, especially not having interviewed and examined him and done testing and so on. It's hard to say for sure, but in terms of just like knee-jerk kinds of impressions, he doesn't seem, he's definitely not a guy in his prime, and I would be very worried about his judgment, period.
No, it's funny then, his fortunes turned in South Carolina. As I mentioned before, in November, Democratic operatives were on TV saying things like that he doesn't have it anymore. Mentally, and yet they chose him. You got to wonder why. I guess it's Buttigieg and Harris and Wall Street did not want Elizabeth Warren. I thought at the beginning of this process she was going to get the nomination because she isn't all that progressive, but she's a progressive enough, at least on those financial issues, for Wall Street to hate her. But they knew they were rolling the dice here with a guy who's clearly, as you said, Jill, doesn't have it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was a choice of desperation, and again, a choice made by people who are very out of touch. If they were being strategic, they would have just allowed a real democratic process to take place and allowed Bernie Sanders to win the nomination.
But again, they wouldn't want their interest to be challenged. But I guess they don't really, even though he's such a dedicated Democrat, as you said, Bernie, that wasn't good enough for them. I mean, I don't know. We got the other guy is again. I'm in no position to make a kind of an assessment, but I think Trump shows signs of kind of serious mental illness, not decline. I think he's been like this most of his life.
Mm-hmm.
The extreme boastfulness, the narcissism, the flights into fantasy, is not being able to understand the environment that he's operating in and what appropriate things there are to say. I mean, we all like the bluntness of a politician. Elizabeth made that point earlier. He's still running on that even after 4 years in office. I'm not a politician. That's why people like me. And he also has this kind of, he's from New York City as I am. So, and I've known about Trump all my life because he was in the tabloids there way before he went on national TV. And I was always, couldn't stand his braggadocio, and he was just a clown, obviously. But yet he has this appeal, this way of talking, this blunt that appeals to a lot of the uncollege educated voters that support him. But if you look at his personality, I mean, I don't know how we got into this situation with these two men.
I think it's a reflection of what a sick political system we have right now. And, what should we say? Most of our presidents have not been, shining examples of exemplary and ethical behavior and sort of public interest concerns. That's, it just kind of breeds, or shall we say, it draws people who excel in the world of greed and manipulation. That's, an expression of the manipulative, predatory economic system that we have, which is why it has to be changed.
One of the things we saw from the WikiLeaks emails was, that the Obama cabinet had been handpicked by Citibank. So just as one little snippet of an example of the way in which the Democratic Party specifically has been beholden for years to big money interests, I think that really explains why they're running somebody like Joe Biden. And Jill's talked about this earlier. You're running a lobbyist for credit card companies. This is not somebody who's going out there trying to win the hearts and minds of the people. It's trying to win the checkbooks of big donors. And I think that's one of the reasons I guess my takeaway from this entire thing is that the interest there is, well, even if we don't win, even if we lose, at least we'll still have our backers. I really don't think the priority anymore is the voters. And I think that's the sad commentary I see, is that the Democratic Party does not feel any responsibility to its base, to the progressives that supported Bernie and gave him $220+ million in small donations. It's not there. And I mean, there's no other way I can explain the Democratic Party's decision-making process other than that at this point. I don't know if Joe, if you have a different opinion on that.
No, I mean, Jill could probably better answer that because she's been in the game. I'm just an observer. But it looks like that they wedded to that money. The way Bernie's wedded to the Democrats are wedded, but the Republicans are too. I mean, that's what's the corruption of the system. How money is talked about. This is not a secret, getting money out of politics. You hear that in the mainstream all the time.
And there's more money in it than ever. What is it, like $11 billion that have gone into the election this time around? There was a study done, let's see, out of Princeton and Northwestern, maybe 8 years ago now. I don't remember the names of the authors, but two prominent economists, who analyzed what gets things done in Washington, D.C., what comes out of Congress. And they did this meticulous examination of polls and legislation, and the conclusion was almost 100% of what gets passed and the business that gets done and the priorities of Congress are driven by lobbyists, period. That public opinion has nothing to do with it and public interests have nothing to do with it. This is all about the money. So this is what you would expect from a system that is just corrupt through and through. It's not going to work. And to my mind, that is the silver lining in this, is that, it really forces, it just unmasks the system. They poured all his money into Biden's campaign and sort of rigged it to try to infuse it with life and reality that it just didn't have. And you can't do that. And, we've got these two really impaired human beings who are running for the highest office in the land. And they will both abuse the system and everyday people and the planet. And, international relations, and everything is kind of in a state of crisis, and they will exacerbate that. So that crisis has been unfolding for at least 10 years, probably more like 20. When exactly did it get this bad? I don't know. In some ways it was there from the beginning in a constitution that recognized African Americans as 3/5 human, and and only landowners, white male landowners, are entitled to the democracy, and made all kinds of concessions to slavery from the get-go, and a country founded on genocide of Native Americans. There's just a huge amount of karma here that has to get worked out, and the Civil War sort of started to do that, but then that kind of got backtracked, regrettably. And here we are, still trying to deal with it. And the abuses of capitalism and slavery sort of go hand in hand. And that's what we got in front of us. And we kind of can't pretend it's not there now. It's just too intense. And if there's a silver lining, it's that, we now have a chance to fix it, because it can't be allowed to continue as it is. And my dog is telling me that I can't be allowed to ignore her anymore. She has to go out.
Okay.
We have a family emergency here. Any last?
I wanted to ask you about one last question, if your dog can hold it in long enough.
All right.
First, about the Constitution. I mean, it has expanded, obviously, the franchise, but money is still at the heart of the problem here, the political control. A word about Harris. If Biden wins, given what we've been talking about his capacities, she probably will play an outsized role as vice president. What thoughts do you have about her, Jill? And then we'll let your dog go.
She's sort of I don't know. I sort of see her very similar to Joe Biden. She's very compromised, and she's been the enforcer. Wanted to prosecute parents for their kids not attending schools. Kept people locked up. I think one guy on death row, and didn't want to deal with the realities of his case, which I think argued that it had been a mistrial or something. She's really turned her back on justice all over the place. And, she dismissed the inquiry of Mnuchin, didn't want to look into his economic fraud, his banking fraud. And she's just, very much a creature of the system. And she flip-flops all over the place. She's for it until it's convenient to be against it, like Medicare for all. And, she came on as this big progressive, and now she's just totally a centrist because that got her to be the vice president. She's just very insincere, and it's no surprise. She was supposed to be the perfect complement to Joe Biden. In a way, she is. She's a good running mate for a really dead-end presidential candidate. And it's really too bad.
Overrides everything, it seems, in her. And
what's that?
Ambition seems to override everything else.
Yeah.
We have some leaders with integrity who aren't acting like that. I think we're going to have a lot more of the same. Jill Stein, thank you very, very much for joining us for so long and providing your incredible insights as a former presidential candidate. You know something about this game that we've been talking about. So again, thanks a lot, Jill, and apologize to your dog, please, on my behalf.
Okay, great. Yeah, no, really, really enjoyable to try to process this with you, and Just really appreciate the conversation. So,
Might be a night where we won't forget. It's okay.
oh man, I know it's not over yet. So, I mean, I think it's still too soon to say exactly which way it's gonna go, but it sure doesn't feel good right now.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. Thanks, Jill.
Yeah, take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Well, Elizabeth, we're back alone here. We may be getting some other people coming in, but let's just talk about what we've learned this night. What were your expectations going in? Again, I thought Biden would win. I didn't think it would be a landslide, but I thought it would be a clear victory. And now everything is muddled and as dangerous as can be.
I expected it to be a chaotic night on a level that I don't think I've seen in my lifetime, just given the confusion that COVID has brought us in terms of mail-in ballots, in terms of people being afraid of going to the polling booth in general. I mean, I do think it's been a great development that people have taken advantage of early voting. That's wonderful and good to see. But yeah, so my expectations really were for a very confusing night where we may not see a clear outcome. And I hoped that it would be a clear enough outcome that there wouldn't be social unrest. But that's my concern. And I still hope that we don't see that. I've been watching social media as we've been going forward, and it seems that Garland Nixon who lives in DC, says that it's been very calm and quiet there, which is against expectations. But so hopefully things will remain that way. But yeah, so my expectations were that there may be chaos, that this would be a very different election than we've seen previously in terms of the way that the outcome is determined, but very much the business as usual in terms of the candidates themselves.
Yeah. So maybe as Biden came out and spoke, did Trump in his tweet say that he was going to speak, or was that all we're going to get is those tweets?
I believe he said he was going to speak. Let me check. He said, "I will be making a statement tonight, a big win." So I assume that means he'll be making some sort of video or televised statement. But it's been 33 minutes and we haven't seen another tweet or any sort of video yet. So I guess we'll have to see.
A big win. Now, there was a story, I think, in The Hill that said that he was going to declare victory today no matter what. And his press secretary denied that. But that might be what the story was, that no matter what, he's going to come out and declare victory. Now, he only has, according to CNN, 219 electoral votes to Biden's 171. Whereas the New York Times has Biden at 233 to 174. So 223. So Biden's still leading. Trump's going to come out and say that he won. I don't know on what basis. Now he does have a lead in all these swing states. That could be the basis. That's where, if he declares victory, and he's also saying they're going to steal the votes, as Jill was saying, how dangerous that is. That could be the combination that we don't want in terms of his violent supporters. That he won, according to Trump, and if he doesn't win, they stole the vote. So he's setting it up, isn't he?
Exactly. Yes. And I think on the flip side, I think you're also seeing a situation where if Biden declares victory, I think, as you say, I think Trump will declare victory too. I don't think he's going to concede. I think both sides are going to stick to their guns. And under the cover of COVID, I think they're going to avoid a decision as long as possible on both sides. I think that's really dangerous. I don't think either party is, putting the welfare of the country ahead of themselves when it comes to this election. And I think that's a huge shame. It's going to be interesting to see what happens. I hope both sides can retain some civility, but I don't know whether that'll be the case.
Well, I mean, for Biden's, his credit, he didn't declare victory. He said it's close. We were confident, we're going to win this thing, but he didn't say we won. Where Trump is saying we won, and he hasn't won. Nobody's won yet. And there are still these outstanding states like Pennsylvania, where he is leading 56 to 42. That's a pretty big, but only 65% of the vote has been counted, so nobody's called that. Michigan, Trump's leading 53 to 44. And Wisconsin, Trump is leading in Wisconsin again. That's surprising to me because we all remember Hillary Clinton did not campaign in Wisconsin, right? Over the advice of her husband, who was a two-time president and a hell of a campaigner, no matter what you think of his politics. He was a great politician in terms of that job. And Hillary was not such a great politician. Although she learned, I think she did win a couple Senate seats and whatnot in New York. But here she did not go to Wisconsin because she listened to Robbie Mook, who was her whiz kid young guy with all the analytics and all the computer stuff. And they had to admit later they're not going to Wisconsin. It really hurt them. But Biden, I think, has been to Wisconsin. I know he's been to Wisconsin. But of course, the pandemic has cut short his travel. And, he deserves credit for that, too. He hasn't had to hold these big rallies. He's not tried to have too many in-person events. And whereas Trump didn't give a damn, people got sick. 30,000 people from his rally, one rally, apparently got sick, according to a study. So, I mean, that anybody sees that as proper behavior is just shocking to me. And again, shows the absolute disgust that so many voters seem to have with the Democratic Party, because Biden behaved better in terms of the virus. He wants to follow science. There are certain points where he at least believes in climate change. And yet Trump may win this thing from this bluster. And it shows you this, not only the divide, but the desperation that Jill was talking about amongst working people that neither party really is going to solve.
Definitely. And I think the difference between the Democratic and Republican Party is that the Republicans didn't rig their populist candidate out of the nomination in 2016. I think both candidates had a populist that the people connected with. And unfortunately, the Democratic Party did us a huge disservice by not allowing the democratic process to take place in 2016. And that's really, I think, where we can trace this back to in terms of then we see the same pattern unfolding in 2020. I think that it's really, in my sense of this, it's not so much an issue of the entire nation kind of rallying behind Trump as a good candidate, but that his base is very much energized. Whereas Biden has done almost everything you could possibly do to turn off his base, and the Democratic Party has offered its supporters almost nothing. So I think that
not
Trump. It's
anti-Trump. That's all they really.
That's
offer.
it.
It's not Trump.
Exactly.
And
Based
Trump,
on yeah.
And Trump's pretty bad, and we know the kind of ferocious hatred of him that even predated the pandemic right from the beginning. But when he came into office at that time, in that election, 2016, he was kind of an unknown quantity in terms of what he would do. And now we know who he is. And I thought in 2016, the Democrats would rather have Trump win than Bernie, who threatens their economic and class interests. But now, I can't believe they would think the same thing. Would they rather have, again, Trump than Bernie?
Absolutely, in my opinion.
Trump, now that they know who Trump is without any doubt, and how he's discredited himself in so many ways, but particularly in this pandemic, you could not handle this worse than he has. They still would prefer to have Trump than Bernie? I don't know.
Unfortunately, I think that they would, and the reason is because they are more beholden to their corporate interests that support them than they are to their supporters and winning. And the policies that Bernie endorsed were completely diametrically opposed to those money interests. And secondarily, if they lose again, then they have another 4 years to do nothing. They have no responsibility for the problems that Trump makes worse and creates. They can just scream maybe Russiagate again for the next 4 years. They have total lack of responsibility. And what I saw in the aftermath of 2016, when it came to Russiagate, whether it was Trump-Russia collusion or whether it was Goose for Two in the Russian hacking narrative, was the Democratic Party directly projecting its own shadow, so to speak, onto a fictitious narrative that didn't exist because it failed entirely to take responsibility for its loss. You have news articles now still saying that Hillary Clinton had the election stolen from her by Russia, that refuse to criticize her as a candidate. And if you have that level of blind spot and you don't reckon with what you actually failed to do in 2016, or I should say succeeded to do in terms of rigging the nomination against Sanders, then there's no hope for you in 2020. And I don't even think that if Biden should lose, that the Democratic Party will, quote unquote, learn from this loss. I think that they would continue to go down the same failed path, which is why you're going to have, if Trump loses, I think you'll have a worse Trump down the line, unfortunately. I don't see things improving electorally anytime soon because, with things like Citizens United, we have so much money in politics that there is no more room left for people. And if you don't give them that electoral outlet, then all they've got left is the street. And I really hope that it doesn't turn into something violent, but I don't know.
You know, at the time when Russiagate was really bubbling up, and I was asked by some interviewers, would if this is discredited, it'll finally go away? Will the Democrats give up on it? And I said, no, I thought they would continue to use this thing. And if Biden loses, then once again, the Russiagate narrative that they've clung to didn't work. By blaming somebody else did not work if he should lose. The other thing that really should have helped the Democrats is that Bill Barr and Durham, the prosecutor in Connecticut, never came up with their report. Remember, they had been working on the origins of the Russiagate report, and this was supposed to come out. Trump desperately wanted that out before the election because he thought it would help him if they could come up with somebody who committed a crime, or certainly just show what the origins of these lies were that were behind the Russiagate narrative. And they never came out with the report. And he might still win Trump. So they didn't, Barr did not yield to his pressure there. But I got to say you said there could be somebody worse than Trump. And I think who could be worse than Trump is a second term Trump. If he has 4 more years in which, every president in their second term gets a little more freedom, like George W. Bush started not listening to Cheney as much, if you remember, in his second term. He kind of backed off any kind of military conflict, possibly against Iran, that he was under that. He wrote in his memoir, George W. Bush, that they wanted to go after Iran, but damn, the National Intelligence Estimate, the NIA, said they'd given up their nuclear program 10 years earlier. So we couldn't do it, even though Cheney was telling me to do it. That was the second term. So can you fathom a Trump in a second term? And for me, I mean, this last year has been so abominable. There was nothing about him that I could have liked from 2016, from when I first heard of him when I was 20 years old in New York. But it's his treatment, not only of this pandemic, but of the uprisings. This viciousness of sending those unmarked, those federal officers in camouflage without markings on them to arrest people off the streets in Portland. Bill Barr, the vicious right-wing guy that he is, not only defending the police, but going after socialists. This idea of branding Harris and Biden socialists is so ridiculous, but that isn't intended for people like me and you. It was intended for his base, to mobilize them. They'll believe anything this guy says, including they're trying to steal the election tonight. And that's what really that nexus between Trump and his supporters, that they believe whatever this guy says. So once he's going to be unleashed, I think he felt boxed in. First of all, he didn't know what the hell he'd gotten himself into becoming president, right? Well, now he knows the lay of the land, so to speak, and he could fire anybody like Bill Barr. He could bring in even worse people. And I think a second Trump is really terrifying. As Peter Kuznick said, that we won't have an opportunity to fight even the Democrats, the establishment Democrats, if Trump comes in. I don't know if that's true, but he said we're going to be silenced, we'll be jailed, we'll be tortured. I wouldn't go that far. But so either that happens or the left is completely energized again to fight this guy and overcomes the centrist Democratic bloc to bring an end to this mad system.
I think the only way that you're going to see that happen is if there is a party outside the Democratic Party that really rises up. And there are a handful that have tried to get momentum. If one of those can get some traction, then I think that's a possibility. I don't think it's possible within the Democratic Party to actually fight this because they've shown their unwillingness again and again to allow progressive populism to actually get the nomination. I think that it's actually, from looking at Trump's tweet where he said they're trying to steal it. And not only that, Twitter then censored that tweet, which gives Trump more oxygen, fuel to say, look, I'm the outsider. I'm being censored by big tech. I'm the outsider. They're stealing the votes. I think that positions himself again and again outside the political mainstream. And that's what I think his voters really attach themselves to. And there's no alternative on the left right now. That's really a very, very dangerous situation. I agree. And I think also, and I wrote about this recently, but one of the most shocking stories for me that has come out of 2020 is the evidence that Trump is behind, the Trump administration is very likely behind the current prosecution of Julian Assange for the 2010 WikiLeaks publications. The fact that his administration was potentially, the driving factor of that, potentially based on a personal grudge because Assange wouldn't accept a pardon and a deal to disprove Russiagate, is an incredible story. And it's as Ellsberg pointed out on CN Live, it's a scandal that could potentially be an impeachable offense. So the idea that the media has also, not just the Democratic Party, but the media has failed us in terms of actually exposing Trump for the scandals that he has been part of, rather than this fairy tale of Russiagate, is shocking. I know that the media, it's very clear, has a deep gut level hatred for Julian Assange for a number of reasons, whether it's showing them up and revealing them to be a complete failure in their mission, or whether it's because they believe that he helped install Trump on behalf of Putin, or whatever it might be. But there's no excuse for them to continue aiding Trump at the expense of Assange. I think that's one of the most shocking developments for me. And specifically, it's shocking just in terms of the fact that it's one of the stories that really lays bare that Trump is not what his supporters think he is, in terms of, if he was outside of that establishment mainstream, he would potentially support independent journalism of some kind. But no, he's lumped Assange in with the mainstream media that he hates so much. And I think that's a very dangerous development.
No doubt about it. And you wrote a very good piece for us about that. That why didn't the liberal media go after Trump for this horrendous thing, along with other horrendous things? And I think you explained it just now. They seem their hatred for Assange maybe trumps Trump. But look when they supported Trump in these 4 years, when he sent those cruise missiles to Syria. Fareed Zakaria on CNN stated, "Tonight, Donald Trump has become presidential." Well, that moment, one of the worst maybe in the 4 years we've had of Trump, in terms of how the media has covered him. You become presidential when you murder some people on the ground who have completely innocent people, because you sent a bomb. What kind of a mentality is that? What kind of a nation is America, where killing of innocent people shows we've got the power, we still rule? This is a megalomaniacal society, or at least rulership, that the media props up. So he was great because he bombed Syria. He became president that night, and they gave him a pass for a while. Well, say likewise, he jailed this journalist, or not this journalist, this hacker who was exposing those kinds of crimes. Who are exposing, but they don't put it that way. Obviously, he is helping the enemy, even though there's no proof, not even a charge of aiding the enemy, as there was with Chelsea, that they couldn't prove. So this is the issue here, that Trump, when he does what the establishment wants, including the liberal establishment, they gave him a pass. They found him until the pandemic, because let's face it, I mean, nobody could see what Trump has done during the pandemic and not be horrified and want to get rid of him. This is such a dangerous situation right there. And then his response to his racism, his open racism, became so evident in the last year. But earlier it was about Russia. See, they had nothing to really go after him, that he was the Russia candidate. If he wins again, I wonder if they're going to pull up Russia again. They can't really use China. They don't want to go to China because the Biden seem all caught up in China. So I think China is, and as Whitney Webb wrote in her incredibly interesting article, that there's this two factions about artificial intelligence in the U.S. One wants to challenge the Chinese, and another group, the Democratic group, wants to work with the Chinese to work together to bring AI to all of our lives, to change our lives in incredible ways. Where she says one of the plans is not people can't even own their own cars; it would just be driverless cars and sharing these cars. But I mean, that's just a minor point. So they hated him for good reasons, but it became so absurd around the Russia issue, as you pointed out a couple of times tonight, Elizabeth, that was such a bullshit story, and they kept going at that when they had legitimate things to go after for. They had legitimate things to impeach him on. That was a war crime. There was no resolution. There was no authorization for those attacks. He continued the drone strikes. He pardoned a guy who had been convicted of a war crime, which, according to Francis Boyd, international lawyer, says that he could be an accessory to the war crime by pardoning him. You could make that legal argument anyway. He did. And what did they do? They went after Ukraine because he made a phone call to the president. Now, he should have let the Justice Department contact the president to investigate whether there was corruption of Biden and whether he fired that prosecutor to help his son. And that's what it seems like. The prosecutor himself testified that was the reason, and Biden admitted it on the record in that Council of Foreign Relations meeting. But Trump made the call. It was a political mistake. That's what they impeached him on, but not on the things that are serious. Why? Because they do the same things, the Democrats. They want to be able to bomb people. They cannot impeach him. They'd set a standard. They'd set a standard they'd have to meet themselves. So that's why you get the phony charge of Russiagate or Ukrainegate.
And the media is likewise, they don't want to have to report on Democratic presidents committing war crimes or any of these other offenses that Trump has committed. So they don't want it. They, like you said, not only do they give him a pass, they praise him when he's a warmonger. So it's ridiculous. And I think it brings up the point that in addition to the Democratic Party failing the progressive left, as we've discussed all evening, really, the media is, I think, just as culpable in failing the entire American public by not only launching this Russiagate smear against Trump, which plays into his role as an outsider victim of the Beltway. By doing that, they gave him a lot of attention and actually a lot of support among people who likewise feel forgotten and left behind by the Beltway. And I think that in addition to that, like we said, they've failed to report on his real scandals. Why? Because as we've said, they don't want to report them for Democrats. But that is where we've had this massive failure. And WikiLeaks has been a singular shining light that doesn't commit to those types of errors. I think it's so revealing that WikiLeaks is that Assange is being prosecuted now by Trump, who he's supposed to have helped install. I think that, and unfortunately, and one of the reasons that I haven't brought this up until this late in the evening is on the Assange issue, who is now facing extradition to the United States from the UK. I don't think that there's much of a material difference whether Trump or Biden is elected. I think Biden, who has called Assange a high-tech terrorist, would probably continue the prosecution of Assange, if for no other reason than because of the appearance and the continuation of the Russiagate scandal, even though the prosecution has nothing to do with Russiagate. So I think that's a really dire and sad commentary on the media as a whole. The fact that the media has not commented on the Assange issue, that it hasn't called out Trump, that it hasn't called out Trump for what he really has done. It's just as much of a failure to the American public and the global public as the Democratic Party has been. And like the Democratic Party, I don't see the media changing its ways anytime soon. If anything, like the Democratic Party, they're doubling down on the patterns that gave us Trump in the first place.
Absolutely. And if you could work from the inside to change the party, I think Jill made this point, well then, in which a large, powerful, progressive wing of the party challenges for the nomination, if they didn't do it with Sanders, I mean, were we going to see another leader like that who can bring along, hopefully, from the progressive point of view, there will be, but we don't have any idea about that. So it is so. Anyway, we have like 20 minutes left. I don't know if we have any other guests coming in. We might end this early, but I wanted to ask you right here in front of the whole public, Elizabeth, whether you're up for coming back tomorrow, if we need to do another show to discuss the results, whatever we know tomorrow.
Absolutely. I'm a night owl, so I'd be especially likely to agree to that if it were later in the day. But yes, I would definitely be willing to come on and discuss developments, because I do think it will be more of a it'll be important to cover the development of the election count as it continues. It's not just a one night election. I think we all knew that going into it, that we wouldn't get a final result at the end of this evening.
Well, Trump thinks there was a result, so he won.
Everybody except Trump probably had an idea of how it was going to play out, I suppose.
I got to tell you, though, if you look at the numbers right now, they've been changing. One could understand Trump's confidence and Biden's less confidence. The lead has narrowed. According to the New York Times, Biden now has 224 electoral votes. Trump has 213. He's down by 9. And 270, of course, is needed to win. And where are those states that are still outstanding? Let's start with Wisconsin. 78% of the votes reported. Trump leads 51% to 47%, a 4-point lead. In Wisconsin, where Biden campaigned and Clinton didn't. Michigan, with 62% counted, Donald Trump 53.4, to 44.8, a much larger margin, a 300,000 vote margin. In Michigan, 62% counted. He leads there. So that's 16 electoral college votes. Wisconsin is 10, so that's 26. And then Pennsylvania, which could be the Florida of this year. What Florida was in 2000, Pennsylvania could be this year because they are allowed to count votes that were postmarked 3 days after the election. But with 67% counted, Trump has a huge lead over Biden, 56.6 to 42.1%, a 700,000 vote lead in Pennsylvania, only 67% counted. So that's still early, but he leads there. That's 20 more votes. That's 46. And then Maine, actually, also Maine has not been called. Maine, which is not a swing state, but Biden leads there. Okay, you'll get that, and that's 4 electoral votes. And then we've got, North Carolina, Trump leading 51.1 to 48.7, 95% counted. He's got like a 90 or 80,000 vote lead. That's too close to call there. But if Biden should win that, that's another 15, 61 electoral. He's going to win. If it holds the way it is now, Elizabeth, Georgia, Trump's leading 50 to 48, another 16. So that's 77 and minus the 4 in Maine. If everything stays the way it is, and we're gonna sign off soon because we're not going to stay on the air until all these states are counted. But Elizabeth, if everything stays the way it is now, including Trump in the lead, he'll have 73 more electoral college votes that will clearly put him over the top with 286 votes. He needs 270. Biden's got to come from behind in some of these states right now. It's a come from behind to win this race. I didn't expect this, but I didn't expect Clinton to lose either. So I'm not.
We do know that a lot of Biden voters will have voted by mail. So I think that if there is going to be a swing to the left, it will be with these mail-in ballots. That's a fact. We just don't know at this point how extensive that will be and what impact it'll have on the final results. It does look like in a lot of these swing states right now that Trump is very substantially ahead, and so I wouldn't be surprised if it's not enough to put Biden over the top. But it just remains to be seen. And again, this election is like no other, not because of the candidates, but because of the situation with COVID. And so it's just up in the air, not only as to how it will turn out, but also the reaction of people on the ground. I just hope that people stay peaceful and safe.
I should ask our executive producer, Kathy Bogan, whether she's up for going back on the air tomorrow night. Yeah, at some point tomorrow. Yeah. We will tweet out when that is, sure. Because this is not over tonight. We all thought that's a possibility. So we're going to come back tomorrow. Since there's not much, probably those states that I just rattled off that Trump leads in all of them, we're not going to find out in the next 15 minutes. So I think we'll end our program right there. And I wanted to thank, first of all, Elizabeth, for coming on and engaging in very, very astute conversation about the politics of this election, and Jill Stein, of course, who spent almost the entire night with us, and we really were pleased about that. Peter Kuznick, who came on, the American University professor with extremely interesting insights historically and current, and Nico House, who also brought another perspective to the evening. And finally, Kathy Vogan, who is our executive producer and who's kindly been working here and trying to keep my head straight under the sign that I'm speaking under and not block anything. Kathy will be back. Will be back with us because she said it's okay. So it's okay for us to come back tomorrow. Watch our Twitter feed for when we'll come back. I'm going to continue, as I'm sure Elizabeth will, although it's late and she may want to get some sleep, but I'm going to continue to follow what's going on here. And then tomorrow morning,
Trump's about to speak.
Is Trump about to speak?
Yes.
That's what Kathy says, yes.
You know what? Let's listen. And but we can't listen. Let me play it. Let me play it. Where is it? Okay, here. Is Trump here? He's not speaking yet.
No, just
to make statement sure. Now let's, as far as okay, I don't think we could play this feed, can we? The audio. So we're going to put you on hold. We're going to listen to Trump, And we'll come back and talk about it. We'll probably go right up to 2 a.m., which we originally planned to do. So let's get some music, Kathy, while we listen to Trump. And if you're watching Trump somewhere else live, then when you're done watching them, come back to us, please. And we'll give you our take, and then we'll sign off for the night. We're back live here for CN Live's coverage of the 2020 U.S. presidential election. Donald Trump has not spoken yet. We were waiting for him so that we could give our comments about it. So what we've decided to do is we're going to come back on the air at some point tomorrow, check the Twitter feed and the Consortium News website, when we will discuss what happens as this counting continues in those swing states that Trump is now leading in, and the Biden's going to have to come from behind to win in order to secure this election. Before we sign off, the last numbers are 220 electoral votes for Biden, 213. That's according to CNN. And the New York Times numbers have Biden at 224, Trump at 213. So they both have Trump at 213, and they have 4 more for Biden. So he still holds the lead, but there are those swing states that Trump leads in. We'll speak to you tomorrow. Again, I thank everyone who took part. And for CN Live, this is Joe Lauria. Good night.
Get out your notebook. There's more.